Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Ivan Rodrigues, your host and MC for the day, and it gives me great pleasure to welcome all of you to the two-day India Biopharma Leaders Conclave 2021, brought to you by ET, I beg your pardon, brought to you by Blue Tech Media, today being day one. At the very outset, I'd like to thank our partners for this conclave: Gold partner, Cytiva; industry partner, MR Sanghvi and Company; branding partner, Fan Steel International; digital transformation partner, Tusud; networking partner, Thermo Fisher Scientific; bronze partner, Prema's Life Sciences; investment banking partner, Biorex Venture Advisors; strategic partner, Biorex Strategic Leadership and Alliance; association partner, Federation of Asian Biotech Associations; knowledge partner, CCAMP; and media partners, Express Pharma, Pharma Utility, Chronicle Pharma Biz, and IJDRA. During the course of the day, do join the conversation on Twitter and other social media platforms using the hashtag IBLC2021. I repeat, I for India, B for Bangalore, L for Lucknow, and C for Canada 2021. For the detailed agenda, kindly click on the agenda button to the left of your screen. Also, during the break between sessions, do visit our partner booths by simply clicking on the exhibition hall button at the bottom of your screen, and please feel free to chat, speak, or video call any of them. Do visit the networking lounge, which is a button at the bottom of your screen where you can create a group and video chat with like-minded people. During the course of the day, we will have poll questions for you from time to time, and we would like you to participate in large numbers. When I announce the poll, please click on the polling button to the right of your screen to access the poll question. If you have any questions for the speakers or the panels and discussions to follow, kindly send us your questions in the Q&A box, which is a button to the right of your screen. Time permitting, we will definitely take a few questions. At the end of the day, do download your digital certificate of participation by simply clicking on the e-certificate button in the networking lounge, which is a button at the bottom of your screen. And finally, on your way out, do visit the feedback area and leave your comments and valuable feedback by clicking on the Info Center button at the bottom of your screen. It will not take more than a couple of minutes. Your feedback is important to us, and this will ensure our conclaves are just the way you want it next time around. For an enhanced viewing experience, do click on the full screen button. I urge you to make the best use of this platform to interact, engage, and share knowledge with your peers. So, without further ado, I'd like to invite Mr. Ashish Chauhan, Director, Blue Tech Media, to kick off proceedings with the welcome address. Ashish, over to you.
Hey, thank you, Ivan. Good morning to one and all present here. I hope you and your loved ones are healthy and safe. On behalf of Blue Tech Media, I take this opportunity to welcome all the participants for the two-day India Biopharma Leaders Conclave 2021. As the biotech industry is at the precipice of another pivotal shift and vaccines becoming vital than ever, we believe this is an opportune time to bring industry colleagues together to discuss, deliberate, and share their thoughts. I am very much looking forward to the diverse set of thoughts from industry leaders in various domains, including research, manufacturing, clinical development, technology, vaccines, and many more areas over the next 2 days. We are proud to announce that this virtual conference is supported and backed by some of the leading pharma and biopharma service companies, along with the cooperation of various associations and media partners. I welcome you all to this two-day Biopharma extravaganza and want to thank our partners for making it happen in such a grand way, our advisory board for directing us in the right direction, and you all, of course, for being part of this event. I request all the delegates and participants to take part in all the activities that we have come up with. I wish everyone a successful and fruitful conference. So with this, I open the conclave. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ashish, for your welcome address. And on that very positive note, may I now invite Mr. Vishal Gandhi, founder and CEO, BioRx Venture Advisors Private Limited, to set the context and rationale behind this thought leadership conclave and introduce our guest of honor for the special address, Dr. Ajoy Kumar, Country Head, GSS Clinical Research. We will first have Mr. Vishal Gandhi in a couple of minutes from now.
Thank you, Ivan, for the introduction. At the outset, I would like to thank Blue Tech Media, ably led by Ashish and Pradeep, to conceptualize this conclave and onboarded excellent partners from the vibrant, growing biopharma ecosystem from India. A very good morning to all the participants attending this significant thought leadership event. It's my deep honor and privilege to set the context of this strategic initiative. I represent an organization which is known as BioRx Venture Advisors for its investment and strategic advisory activities to strengthen the bioeconomy of this country in our humble way. As you're all aware, the healthcare is still in a crisis. Lesson learned during the COVID pandemic, the biggest disruption witnessed globally in last 100 years, calls for an urgency, collaboration, speed of bio-innovation to build a better healthcare system in India. As the world looks to the healthcare industry for guidance, leaders come to set the agenda and change lives to create a maximum impact. We will witness 2 days of transformative presentations and discussions to set the roadmap for India to become a major hub for biopharmaceutical research and manufacturing like we did in small molecule. We hope this event will shape the future strategies across business critical topics, including building healthcare systems to provide better health security and not build sickness systems, which has been the case for almost a couple of decades. Leverage real world data to identify and build predictive, preventive, and personalized value-based care for Indian population. Breakthrough medical innovation with reference to biopharmaceutical development. This pandemic showed us the power of crisis mindset to fuel collaboration, innovation, investment, and speed. Leveraging new ways of working to build novel biotherapeutics of tomorrow from India. I must share that India has contributed to so many new biological entities from research perspective, but we continue to lag in clinical development due to not only the niche expertise required to take the novel biological through various clinical development pathway, but also certainly better risk investment appetite. I am deeply encouraged, as Ashish mentioned, by the presence of 50 plus deep subject matter experts sharing their transformative experiences and equally seeking audience of almost 1,000 plus people, as I am told. I'm convinced that the functional expertise of all the speakers represented as bio-innovators, bio-manufacturers, CROs, healthcare investment professionals, legal attorneys, bio-suppliers, temperature control logistics player to enable last mile delivery, and not the least is the policy makers from the government to present a synergistic perspective, which we will be able to bring a great value to contribute to the bioeconomy goal of 2025, which Department of Biotechnology, Government of India has set forth. I wish the conference a great success and thanks once again for the opportunity. Now, coming to the most exciting part of the conference, it's my deep privilege to introduce our guest of honor, Dr. Ajoy Kumar, Country Head, JSS Clinical Research, whom I've had a pleasure of knowing for about 15 years. He brings a very unique experience, and in interest of time, I will share few of his credentials in academics, administration, corporate, and a political career. I'm sure we couldn't have asked for a better person to give a special inaugural address. Bit about his background. Dr. Ajay did his MBBS followed by a business degree and further went on to do postgraduate diploma in bioinformatics, clinical research, and hospital administration. In terms of administration career, he served as an IPS officer almost for a decade in Biopharma state of now called Jharkhand. In terms of corporate careers, he served top management positions at reputable organizations as a general manager and group executive officer with Tata Sons, President Operations Apollo Hospital Group, CEO of Max Neiman International when I met him for the first time. Currently serving as a head for JSS Medical Research Private Limited in India. He's a regular trainer at TCS Leadership Academy, Trivandrum, and business schools, Exhilarite, and that's my proud alma mater, and ISP. He holds several good positions, many other life and healthcare businesses in India, including Manipal Education and Medical Group. Political career, he's also elected member of 15th Lok Sabha National, spokesperson of All India Congress Party, and more importantly, serving as a key member of Indian National Congress COVID Task Force. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now invite Dr. Ajay Kumar to share his special address, and I'm sure we couldn't have asked for a better person to give a special inaugural address on this special thought leadership event. And the topic is reimagining the India's healthcare ecosystem, learning from the pandemic's time. Over to you, Dr. Ajay. Thank you so much for having been here.
Yeah. First of all, good morning to everybody. Thank you, Vishalji. Thank you, Ashish, and everybody else for giving me this opportunity. It's a very interesting situation because I know Vishal for so many years, and we meet more often on a phone call or a video conference than we are physically able to, and it's it's a reflection of how things are right now. When Vishal spoke to me on the topic he would like me to speak to you on reimagining India's healthcare and ecosystem, I just want to take you through a step back and tell you a couple of very interesting management story. Way back in 1984 or so, there was a gentleman called Paul O'Neill. He later on became the Treasury Secretary. He became the chairman of a company called Alcoa. And the first day when he took over, when he was speaking to the investors, he said, by the way, we are going to focus only on one critical factor of this company, and that's going to be safety. And there was an absolute silence in that investor meeting. Some people ran to the phone saying that you've got a crazy hippie who's become the CEO and he wants to do this crazy stuff, so sell your shares. Interestingly, Paul Neal took the company from a $3 billion valuation to a $27 billion evaluation by the time he left in 14 years' time. That's a 900% increase. But most important was, I think he was able to pick up a single factor which can bring transformative changes across. And he took safety because safety's got linkages to everything. It excites the employees. It's related to everything across the company, from processes to wastage to everything else. So he anchored it on something like safety. Now, when you look at it from an Indian context, and why I keep saying that is, the pandemic has taught us a lot of things, and we have umpteen number of solutions. Even on the TV debates, which I often attend, I keep hearing. But till India understands why we got here, what are the reasons why we are here, everything else will again be a non-data-based approach towards resolution. Because our fundamental problem with any company or organization is, what to do is known to everybody else, but why did we come here? Unless you understand that, you'll never be able to find a solution. And I very often think deeply about this, and the pandemic has opened a lot of eyes. And I look at two organizations parallelly, which I was involved, and now I'm involved in. One is in the police. The police in India doesn't have a very good reputation. And one of the critical reasons for the police continuous failure is suppression of data. Everybody in India knows it's impossible to file an FIR, it's impossible to get your case registered. But the whole the police structure is based on false data. We are actually the highest crime in this country is Kerala, which is a joke because Kerala actually reports the best. Bihar and UP have the lowest crime numbers, which again is a joke. So when you develop your whole infrastructure based on false data, this is what you land up. Same thing is what's happening with the COVID situation. We continuously underreporting deaths, morbidity, our achievements, and we continuously, and now we have enough of spin doctors saying, okay, now the fatality rate is coming down, this is coming down, that is coming down. Step back and look even at something like plasma therapy. There has been a lot of TV debates where I've heard pulmonologists speaking that it works. Now, by the way, the only way you can know it works is when you have a double-blinded study. But even men of science don't look at data at all and come with conclusions, and that should be it, and on our own biases. So India, if you want to reimagine India's healthcare system, it starts with the first thing is that we need to ensure India as a country, Indians as individuals, start looking at data very scientifically, agnostically, dispassionately, without biases. Otherwise, we'll continue to have this crisis after crisis, and we will continue to wring our hands and we'll continue to suffer. Why I said was, it's interesting that, something like even remdesivir, there's adequate data in the space, people will keep saying it works. A country like India doesn't want to venture and do a study in a public interest. A study will not be done. So we have adopted science and technology, but we have forgotten the science and focus only on the technology. And that's why you see the umpteen number of apps across this country. We are very tech savvy. But the scientific part, and I'm saying people across the political spectrum, all of us are guilty. I'm not saying any particular party is guilty. People even saying that cows produce oxygen when they breathe in and breathe out, and those kind of insane stuff. But that's across all organizations. So when we look at where we are, my only little bit of my experience which I can share is that unless we look at the data in this country, and it cuts across crime, it cuts across healthcare, it cuts across industry, it cuts across GDP numbers, it cuts across employment numbers, it cuts across death figures, accident rates, everything. So how do we, first of all, we need to make sure that how does India make the transition, if you want to become a superpower, to a country which actually focuses on data which is transparent and has got no political, religious biases. That's one thing. We all are aware of the healthcare challenges across the country, and I'm not going to speak too much on that. But one thing I want you all to understand, and I'll tell you a perspective, that we all believe that we'll become a superpower, and I hope and we do, and I pray we do. But we are, always looking at the wrong end of the tape. I'll give you an example. I was a member of parliament from a place called, from Jamshedpur. That's my hometown. Now, Jamshedpur was a city which was in the top cities of India in the 1960s and 70s. There was no Noida, there was no Gurgaon, there was no Delhi. Delhi was there, but there was no Noida, there was no Gurgaon. Pune was a much smaller town, equal to Jamshedpur, and so was Bangalore. But Jamshedpur remained a small town. Whereas Bangalore and Pune and Delhi and Gurgaon, everybody grew immensely. And the single reason was the availability of high level of education at the graduate, postgraduate and PhD levels. I have a lot of respect for the Tatas, I worked with them, but the Tatas thought that the city should be only good enough for schools. There were no good colleges, still doesn't have too many good colleges. Manipal has just come there. And so there is not adequate pool or ocean for where you can track good education. So if India wants to make the leap in science, unless it's like we can't have the tail wagging the dog, unless you create these huge hubs of educational excellence, you can never have hospital care. Unless so the issue is with all the leaders, and we all need to ask these questions. It's not a politically important question, but these are the facts. You see across everybody. Bombay's got an educational hub, Pune's got an educational hub, Hyderabad is an educational hub. Delhi, Gurgaon, I mean Delhi because of the NCR region. Wherever, Chandigarh to a reasonable extent, Jaipur to some extent. Patna is nowhere near that. Because unless, so that is where we're going to. So reimagining the Indian healthcare is, first of all, we need to reimagine how do we want to create huge pockets of educational excellence, and we as a nation focus more on SEZ than on educational excellence. We thought SEZs were more important than education. SEZ would be a byproduct of good education centers. So I just want to say that that is one aspect of it. Now, what is the way forward? I did my medicine from a place called Jipma Pondicherry, which I still rate as one of the finest medical schools. And it was a government hospital which was so clean that I would compare it even with Max or with Manipal Hospital to a large extent, and it still is very good. So it's not that the public sector cannot address those issues. But India during this past pandemic times has been exposed the underbelly of this lack of infrastructure, especially in Tier 2, Tier 3 cities. The government intends to create medical colleges, etc. So we need to focus. One is that I feel that the majority of the healthcare should be in the public domain. There will be some people who would like to get it done privately, and that's perfectly okay. But majority of Indians are not able to afford. And if they're not able to afford, the public healthcare system has to take over. And if the public health system has to take over, then you need at least 565 tertiary care hospitals in every district. If we have to skin this animal or not, and if we have to ensure that people don't gasp and people don't suffer for minor issues, we need to look at that. And those are questions which all Indians have to step back and answer. It's a long road in terms of the solutions will be empty. I told you I can keep talking on what the government should do. They should do compulsory licensing, etc. All that will be, a matter of other discussion and not for today. But I just want to leave this thought with you that unless we all as thought leaders and all the people here start discussing this, I've been riding both the political hat and the corporate hat, and I keep looking at. You don't have to be political. You have to be. I think everybody needs to get political. Doesn't have to support a political party of any color or hue, but at least get political in raising issues. Why we are here? We need to develop the primary strong backbone of tertiary care hospitals, irrespective of whichever the dispensation may be. We need to be stopped being seduced by so many WhatsApps and all. We must push for the scientific bent of mind. I've heard so many people telling me, that you must have cow urine and this works and that works, and all that kind of stuff keeps happening. But let's set that aside. I want to leave you with one very important thought for the companies and all professionals who are entering. Today's conference, right, is a very interesting example of how the landscape can be reimagined. We would have to travel to some city. We would spend a lot of money in travel and hotels. And I know that there is nothing like touch and feel. But something like this conclave gives you a reasonable touch, at least to that extent of knowledge gathering to 70-80%. Maybe you still can't have a cup of coffee, you still can't network. Similarly, companies will have to reimagine on the way they are looking at their offices and their cost structures. Traditionally, we never looked at our cost structure in the way that we had this huge fancy office in NCR. And we actually started looking at how do we, close it, make work from home possible. We never questioned that work from home possible for a biostatistician or a project manager or a data analyst or a statistician. We never thought of those stuff. And now it seems that is the only way to go forward. For pharma companies who have been marketing to the various hospitals and the physicians and pushing the product, how do they change with the world getting more virtual? How can you get more knowledge out there to educate your people? And the third part, I think, is as we move towards a more engaged world, the pharmaceutical industries, especially in the biopharma space, most of them leave vaccination, but most of them in the other who are biopharmaceutical manufacturers, or whether it's for chronic diseases like rheumatoid arthritis, monoclonal antibodies, or it's something like insulin. Time has come when you're going to engage the patient for his life, as long as he's alive. How do you manage that life cycle? How do you take over and ensure it? Because till now it has always been the doctor managing it. But now, as you get more remote, as more access gets over, people will have to see. Those are questions which need to be answered. And unless we think about those questions, unless we debate on these questions, I think there will be, lot of guys who are thinking about it going ahead, and people are not thinking about it, being left behind. So, leaving with the thought that I want to finish off, and if there is, Vishal, you can send me the questions later on, but I want to leave it with a simple idea. When I think like the oxygen crisis in this country, could it have been stopped? Yes. Where did we go wrong? Why wasn't there adequate number of, and it's across, it's not a single political organization's fault, it's across all governments, all state governments, everybody else. What did we go wrong in our thinking? Even today, I read a newspaper article in one of the financial magazines last night saying that the government's quote on the vaccine numbers are not possible. The vaccine manufacturers are not sure about it. So, irrespective of that, so I want you to that let us believe in God. Let us trust in data and focus on looking at information, even if it is uncomfortable. The COVID time has taught us that there are lakhs and lakhs of people who have lost their lives. They have been cremated or buried according to the PPS, according to the COVID protocol. But they don't have a mention. Because we are embarrassed if the data will make us look bad. We are embarrassed if the police data looks bad. We should never be embarrassed about it. Because till we know whether we are a company or a nation, we are never even going to fix it. So that's my 2-bit. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Let us work together to at least have the discussion on creating a platform to keep asking for data and being agnostic about our response to the data, saying, look, we are not going to react to it, even if it's bad data. We're going to analyze it and fix it. I think if we do that, I think we would all contribute a lot to making India a super, much, much better place for all of us to live in. Thank you so much. I really appreciate all of your opportunity to. Vishal, thank you again once again for reaching out and giving me this chance. Ashish ji and all of you guys, really appreciate. I wish the conference a great success. Take care and God bless.
Dr. Ajoy Kumar is always known for calling it as he sees it. And he did just that. And I'm so glad we have this special address by Dr. Ajoy Kumar. Dr. Kumar, most of your insights, everything that you've tabled will serve as excellent food and fuel for thought for all the panels and discussions to follow. Thank you very much for taking time off from your busy schedule and joining us at this conclave. We wish you all the very best. And I'd also like to mention Vishal Gandhi. Thank you so much for setting the context for this conclave. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the keynote session. And it's an honor and privilege for me to welcome and introduce Ashok Bhattacharya, former Executive Director, Takeda Pharmaceuticals, for the keynote address. Ashok, over to you. Welcome, Mr. Bhattacharya. You are live now. If you unmute yourself, you can start your keynote session. Mr. Bhattacharya, kindly unmute yourself.
Am I okay now?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Yeah. So, thank you, Ivan. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to this India Biopharma Leaders Conclave. I take this opportunity to sincerely thank Mr. Ashish Chauhan and Mr. Tarun Walia for inviting me and giving me the privilege to deliver the keynote address to this august audience in this prestigious conclave. As my earlier colleagues have mentioned, and as Ashish has also mentioned, there's no better time than today to have this conclave and have the august gathering, the experts to really discuss on the current situation and the way forward. In the last few decades, the Indian pharma industry has gained and grown from strength to strength. The market was skewed more towards acute therapy because of the prevailing disease profile. Over the last couple of years, India has mimicked the disease of the West and has witnessed significantly high proportion of chronic ailments like diabetes, hypertension, cardiovascular diseases, a disease associated with the central nervous system, various types of cancer, and today it's the rare diseases which have also quite prevalent in our country. The country has also witnessed a rise in health consciousness of the people. Although the healthcare expense is primarily out of pocket, we see a steady rise in insurance participation and also government funding. The healthcare infrastructure has made significant progress with the emergence of large corporate hospitals, increased medical college and hospitals, both private and government, increase in number of specialists and super specialist doctors, emergence of both minimal as well as advanced diagnostic facilities, enabling early diagnosis and treatment. The industry, no doubt, is highly regulated. In recent years, the industry also witnessed lots of mergers and acquisitions at both global and local level. Esteemed audience, today is the right time to discuss about the Indian pharma situation, because today it's at an inflection point from where there is no looking behind, and it's just accelerated pace of growth. All along, the industry has focused on affordability of quality medicines and ensured access not only in India but across the globe. And this is evident from the fact that India caters to around 40% of the generic drugs to the biggest pharma market, that is the US, and around 25% of prescription drugs in the UK, alongside meeting approximately 60% of global vaccine requirement. In terms of volume, India ranks third for pharmaceutical products and 14th by value. With a strong network of approximately 3,000 drug companies and around 10,500 manufacturing units. According to the 2021 economic survey, the domestic market is projected to grow 3 times in the next decade. The domestic market today is estimated at 41 billion US dollars and likely to reach around 65 billion US dollars by 2024 and further achieve 120 to 130 billion US dollars by 2030, which is going to be quite balanced with 57 billion US dollars in terms of exports and 73 billion US dollars from the domestic market. In order to achieve these projections, the industry needs to grow at 12% CAGR from 2020 to 2030, which is currently approximately around 9%. In order to achieve the aspirations which are there needs to be a concerted effort from all stakeholders, whether it's the policymakers, the physicians, the academia, the payers, IT packaging, logistics and distribution. It also requires a shift in the mindset from silo working to collaborative working in all areas like drug discovery, clinical trials, packaging, manufacturing, logistics and distribution, regulatory reforms like the drug approval processes, the timelines, the taxation rules, and the funding, etc. The insurance sector. The industry also needs to reduce dependency of key API imports to more of local manufacturing. The question that crops up, are we over-ambitious? The answer is a big no. Why do I say so? And all the papers which have come out, whether it is from FICCI, whether it is from CII, whether it is from IPA, whether it is all government publications, is because of a very, very congenial environment that we have, the macroeconomic environment. The healthcare reforms which have taken place in our country, of course in a nascent stage, but way to go with schemes like the Ayushman Bharat, health and wellness centers, etc. The regulatory reforms, the clinical trial processes, the orphan drug and rare disease policies which have come up now. Above all, for the clinical trials, India stands to be one of the major places for the future because of the large patient pool that we have. We have highly qualified doctors and modern infrastructure, and they all adapt to good clinical practice. And that is, again, an environment to support the clinical trials. The government encouragement and funding for innovation, the Make in India projects, the Greenfield projects, setting up API parks, the research and development facilities available. There are so many NIPERs which are there, which enables a lower R&D cost and ensures public-private partnerships. India is an intellectual hub for scientists. You will notice it's a very strong chemistry background, and there has been a brain drain. But nonetheless, there are efforts being made to ensure to reverse that trend. There are advanced biosimilar activities going on and collaborations which are on. India has already established a strong presence in the global generics market by delivering high-quality drugs. And India has the capacity of low-cost, high-quality manufacturing capability, collaboration with global innovator companies through technology transfer. The recent example the vaccine case, whether it's Pfizer, whether it's J&J, whether it's AstraZeneca, it's all a tech transfer happening with for the manufacturing side. You have an established strong marketing capabilities. And that is the reason that there has been a lot of in-licensing of innovative molecules and brands, collaborative marketing with the innovator organizations, and collaborative marketing to ensure maximum patient access. There's a large pool of highly skilled technical and managerial skill. The resilience, the mind shift, embracing technology, systems, and processes, as demonstrated during the ongoing pandemic, accelerating research and innovation, strengthening manufacturing and supply base in both domestic and global markets, improving access to medicines, achieving equitable and sustainable healthcare. We have demonstrated this in the current pandemic times, and that speaks volumes about the capabilities of the Indian pharma organizations. The Indian pharma industry is really poised for a giant leap in this decade. Health, science, and innovation has come into a sharp focus, and we can see this from last year during the pandemic, when the pandemic started. Friends, there are challenges, but these challenges are exciting too. The pandemic has taught us how to quickly resolve issues and work as a team to emerge successful. This has helped us a change in mindset, adapting to the dynamic environment, embracing new technologies, exploring new geographies, but all these keeping the patients at the center of all activities that the organizations are doing. You look at focusing on innovation, whether it's a process innovation, whether it's a new chemical entity, whether it's a biosimilar, whether it's a patient access model, whether it's distribution and logistic model, whether it's marketing, whether it's packaging, these are of utmost importance for fueling the growth. If you look at the shift which has taken place, the CEOs alongside with the HR and all departmental heads are redefining talent requirements, redefining roles and responsibilities, discussing about innovative rewards and recognition system, looking at employees and employees' family well-being, the benefit policies, investing on training and development, defining and creating the culture of teamwork, cross-functional working, behavior, etc. Financial resources and human resources allocation is being critically looked into by the chief executives and the CFOs, differentiating between necessity and good, nice to have, and a robust business contingency plan. The most important focus today is on patient centricity, ethics and compliance, resilience, fast adaptability to the changing environment, and responding innovatively at lightning speed are the critical factors to accomplish the future goals. Friends, I feel now is the time and the future is brighter. I am sure that in these 2 days, the experts will dwell upon most of these and we will gain much more knowledge and get future ready. Thanks for your patient hearing.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ashok Bhattacharya, for your keynote session. Thank you once again for tabling all the data, all the insights, and I'm sure once again this will serve as great food for thought for all the panel discussions and fireside chats to follow. We wish you the very best going forward. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we move on to our first panel of the day titled Innovation in Biopharma and India's Role in the Global Ecosystem. And it's an honor and privilege to first welcome the members of this panel, Dr. Mukesh Kumar, Vice President and Head, Clinical R&D, Cipla; Subhojit Mukherjee, SBU Head, Sales and Marketing, Acumentis Healthcare Limited; Professor P. Reddanna, Executive President, I beg your pardon, FABA, retired Senior Professor, School of Life Sciences, University of Hyderabad. And this panel will be moderated by Dr. Uday Saxena, Chief Ideator and Co-founder, Region Biosciences. Dr. Saxena, over to you.
Thank you, Ivan. Am I audible loud and clear?
Yeah.
Fantastic. Yeah, thank you, Ivan, once again for that. And I also want to thank Ashish and Blue Tech Media for this. I don't think there's been a better time to do this than now. I think the world is going through such a critical time, and we need thought leaders like yourselves to be able to provide solutions. So the object of today's panel discussion is going to be not just articulate what you think, but let us try and arrive at certain solutions to the problems that I'm going to pose to you. So we have 45 minutes. I will ask questions for about 30 minutes and allow the last 10 minutes or so for questions from the audience. I would also strongly encourage the audience to be ready with their questions, because a panel discussion is only good if there is a dialogue between what the panelists have said and what your questions are. So please write down your questions as you hear the panelists, and you can post them and I will read them out and direct them to the different panelists. So fellow panelists, very nice to see you all. A couple of you I'm seeing for the first time. Professor Reddanna is a longtime guru that I've been associated with, but thank you so much for your time in coming here. So my very first question, and I'm going to start in the sequence that I see on my screen. The first question will be to Mukesh, the next to Subhojit, and finally to Dr. Reddanna. It's going to be the same question, but with a slight variation depending on your background. So Mukesh, let me start with you, please. As scientists, there has never been a more critical time in our lives. And I'll give you my own example. I was doing 3D bioprinting of organs, but since the pandemic, all resources that my company has have been dedicated to working on COVID. So not only is this a challenge, but I think it's a great opportunity for people like us to rise and help the nation. So this is fantastic. So let me start with you, Mukesh. India has done brilliantly at making biosimilars. We're also now doing biobetters. But the real innovation lies in introducing new products, right? So you don't have to just rely on biosimilars or biobetters, but innovation where we don't have to be the me too or followers, but we would be the first in class. India has not had any of that yet. What do you think is the reason for why India has not been able to launch, newly discovered bio products? I mean, we have done so in vaccine now, but clearly in the field of mAbs and in the field of biologics, we're still struggling with doing biosimilars and biobetters. Can you, from your perspective, is there one reason why we haven't jumped into the more innovative products?
So good morning, all. Hope you can hear me well.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. So thank you, Ashish and team, for giving me opportunity to express my view, and thank you, Dr. Uday. Very, very interesting question. So I think what I would say that yes, we are on that path to really, develop an innovative product. And if you look at the India's journey in the value chain, there have been multiple steps we can take. It has been with the simple molecule, and same is happening with the biologics also. We started with the capabilities of the manufacturing, then formulation. Then if you see, then people move to generics, and then maybe some people are doing 505(b)(2) now. Same path will follow for the biologics also. Now we have done very well in providing solution to Indian patients by giving biosimilars and biobetters also. Coming to the innovative products, well, innovative products, there are a couple of things. One is it's a long journey. So if you have to develop a innovative products, the journey is maybe at least 8 to 12 years. One is that we have to have that patience. Second is it also requires a deeper understanding of the disease, also the disease biology and targets. Now, I think on that aspect, there has not been a great progress in terms of getting products in the market. But I think people are working at the basic science level right now and trying to create the products which can see the market. So there are three major challenges, I would say. One is that long time required. Second is, that collaboration which is required from the basic science and the clinical science in that. And third is also the huge investment what we need in this side. Like we know that biologics, innovative products, the cost of development is very, very huge. So I would say that we are on that path, and I'm hopeful that in next I would say not immediately, but in coming days we will achieve that. Now, what do we need to do for this? One is we need the companies which are focused on the biologics, small companies or big companies. One is they need partnerships with the basic scientists and universities which understand the basic science. That can be within the country and also that can be outside the country. And we see that there are many such partnerships coming up. We have many companies who are developing those partnerships with the universities. That will solve the first problem, that okay, we are having the disease pathways and we are having the products for that, or the developmental products for that, R&D products. And second is also then it requires a consistent focus of the management and of huge investment. And maybe we are also seeing some partnerships with the innovative pharma, where innovative pharma, the big pharma MNCs, they require products and they have deep pockets and the experience to take it forward to the clinic. So this is my thought that okay, yes, there is a progress. We are not yet there, but certainly we will be there, and it requires some collaboration, some patience, some more time.
Thank you, Mukesh. I think that's a fantastic answer. Just one quick follow-up to that. Is Cipla doing any innovation work in the biologics?
Well, Cipla is not really. Cipla is primarily a generic company, and our focus is on that. So we have ambition of doing it, but we are not very close to really having a product which goes to market. We have maybe it's at a concept level, and it will take many, many years to really reach there where we want to be in terms of providing innovative products.
Excellent. Very good, well thought out solution to the problem. I completely agree with you. We don't have disease experts and we don't have the risk appetite to be invested for 10, 15 years. So a complete agreement with that. Let me now, and thank you very much for that. Let me now turn to Subhajit. Subhajit, since your background is more on the marketing side, I want to ask you a similar question. And biosimilars and biobetters will give you incremental profits, while as innovative products can give you disproportionately large profits. And from a marketing perspective, yet India has not looked at, if you consider purely the economics, it makes more sense to invest in new products because the output from a perspective of revenue is much more. And yet we have not done that. Is there a reason why you think we have stayed away still, even though the financial mathematics strongly advocates we go towards innovation?
Good morning, Dr. Uday, and good morning, all fellow panelists and all the audience. At the onset, let me start off with a very good note how the Indian pharma industry has performed last month. If you look at the April data, we clicked 14,000 crores and we had grown for the month of April 21 over last April at whopping 50%. So that's a great news. So if the same trend continues the way we have performed in April, we should end this year at 1,68,000 crores, which is in fact 21,000 crore than last year. So that's a great news to start with, I think. So as far as your question is concerned, Dr. Uday, that biologics, India is more into biosimilars, as you have rightly said. And if I have the data with me, I was just going through the data. Interesting data is that by 2025, Indian biosimilar market will be $12 billion and the world market will be $35.7 billion by 2025. So it means we will be one third that of the world market. So biosimilars is definitely driving the Indian market. There's no doubt on that. And the reason is that biologics are expensive to produce. It takes a number of years to do the research, and the expenses are very much on the higher side because in India the big problem is the affordability. That is a big thing. Access is a big problem. Insurance coverage is a big problem. Now the point is, say in India there is a biologic and there is a biosimilar. The insurance company may cover the biosimilar because maybe it is 40-45% cheaper than the biologic. It may not cover the biologic. So if I am a patient, I will buy the biosimilar only because that is covered by the insurance. So these are all the factors in India why biosimilars is taking a big step, giant leap, and no wonder we will be among the we will be one third that of the total world biosimilar market. And if I look into the worldwide, then India should be among top 10 biosimilar market. As of now, also it is in the top 10. It is in the league of starting with Italy, United States, Germany, France, Spain, United Kingdom, Japan, India, South Korea, and others. So that's how biosimilar is driving the Indian market. Key is access, affordability, insurance coverage, easy to produce. And I would say one more thing, recently I was reading a report that these biosimilars actually are a similar version of biologics. That's the definition. Now, if you have to produce a biologic, lot of stringent regulations is there. Dr. Mukesh and Professor Edana can comment more on that. So much regulations are there to get it passed. So,
Yeah.
but whereas with biosimilars, the regulations are there, but not that so strict. So these are all the reasons how biosimilars is driving the Indian market, basically.
Excellent, Subhajit. Completely agree. In fact, one of my follow-up questions was on the regulatory pathway, so we'll get to that. So you very well anticipated my question. So great. One of the things I want to point out is biosimilar strategy is good when everything is healthy and everything is going well. But as the pandemic has shown, you cannot really depend on any other country. It's very clear. It's each country for themselves. So there has to be, that alone has to be a motivation for innovating so that we are self-sustainable. And that is the bigger picture. I think that has not happened in this country,
Yeah.
and that's where I was coming from. But I will get back to that question. But thank you very much for your insights. Fantastic. I will now ask a very similar question to Professor Reddanna. He's actually the only individual from academic background. And as you know, the world over, innovation starts in academia. Industries basically follow the lead of the innovative work that's done in academia. So my question to Professor Reddanna is, have the Indian academics done enough innovative work for us to pick it up in the industry and move forward? Or is academia also doing Me Too type of work? And if so, why? Why hasn't the academia been more productive in being more innovative? Is there a reason you think? Or am I wrong in what I just said?
Thank you, Uday. Good morning to you all. I think it is the question is that whether academic institutions in India are focusing on innovative research to be taken by the industry for further development so that innovative products come.
Right.
Is there any industry coming forward to take up innovative research, innovative product development, either in pharma or biopharma industry? Any innovation that is coming out from the academic institutions, if there are no buyers,
Yes.
then it has to end up in the form of a publication or a patent. That's all. Because our industry is shy of taking the risk, and they have not seen what exactly the innovative research, innovative product development will provide them in terms of the benefits, financial benefits. They're very happy with the generics or biosimilars. The market is huge, but they are not taking that kind of risk in terms of going for innovative research. See, academic institutions, of late at least, there are a number of central universities, there are a number of ICERs, IITs, and CSIR and the Department of Biotechnology laboratories having excellent infrastructure and expertise of the faculty and capable of doing innovative research and coming up with the products. So these have to be exploited by the industry. And the problem lies in both sides. From the academic institutions, they are not going and tapping on the door of the industry. Here are our leads, take it up. And at the same time, the industry is also not coming and pulling out of the academic scientists to come up with innovative product. They are not challenging the academic institutions to come up with the products. So globally we see all the innovations are coming from academic institutions, which are given out to the industry to be taken, including all the COVID products that we see, vaccines or other products. And they all have come from academic institutions, from the basic research. But somehow the problem lies from both the academic institution side as well as from the industry side. And another major point that I think they were telling, understanding the disease pathways is very critical in order to come up with the lead for any lead target for a novel target for drug development or maybe kind of thing. But for that, in academic institutions, systematically, the medical research, hospitals is totally isolated from the basic science research. There is no university, no IIT, no CSIR lab or DBT labs which are having the medical faculty and hospitals. So that is very critical to understand the disease pathways and then come up with innovative targets. Somehow that is a major lacuna that is there on one side. And the other one, as I said, our industry is not ready to tap the innovations that are coming out from the academic institutions and then move forward.
Yeah, brilliant. Brilliant answer, Professor Redden. I was actually very thankful that you just didn't blame the industry, but you're blaming both the industry and academia. So thank you very much for that. For a minute, I thought all the blame was going to be on us, but completely understand, and I think it's a very well articulated answer. My next question, and I'll go back to Mukesh on this, and please try and answer this question without being political, because we are on a show that's non-political. As I mentioned before, I think one of the things that COVID pandemic has shown is the country needs to be self-dependent. We cannot rely on other countries to say, if we needed remdesivir, they're going to send it to us tomorrow, or if we needed, something else, they would send it to us. Those days, it's very clear now that it's each man for themselves. Even the United States has stockpiled the vaccine enough for 3 times its population, and so they are not relying on any third party for it. So my question to you, Mukesh, is should India also follow a similar mandate here? India's problem is we need affordable medicines as well as we need innovation. We're kind of catch-22 situation. In the US, if you have innovation, you make money, but here you have to be innovative as well as you have to have affordability. Should the government in such difficult times mandate the industry to say you have to spend 50% of your time doing this product for the country, and that's all you should do for the next 2 years? For example, interferon gamma, which is a very expensive product that is required for the COVID treatment. Should the government, for example, mandate and say, Cipla, why don't you just spend 50% of your R&D just on doing that because the country needs it? You think a mandate like that is what is required now? Because we don't have companies still coming forward to innovate in this space. So what is your opinion on how do we move forward on being innovative during these times of crisis?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Uday. Great question. So maybe I'll answer this in 2 parts. One is what you started with, the examples of the situation right now in COVID's context. This is an extraordinary situation, and here I think there are 2 parts. One is really doing the science together, developing new products, and then making the products available. I think we as a country or anywhere in the globe, right, we have to have focus on both. One is we should have the products which are available. They should be stockpiling of that. And I think US certainly have some policies like this, that they anticipate what kind of problem can come, and they have those contracts ready. They support those industries. Let us say for the resistant organisms, right? They support industry by providing them financial support, and also maybe some buy some stocks even when there are no patients. So this is I think the first part of that. Second part is on the innovation. So, see, innovation and developing products, it cannot be reactive. There has to be a policy. There has to be a strategy. This is long term. On this, I think you said rightly. We need to work together. They should be focused. And the focus now, I think we spoke about industry. Dr. Redana mentioned about the academia, and then you brought in now the government, what role they have to play. In my view, all these and maybe more, they are part of an ecosystem. I think just a mandate will not help. There has to be a focus on creating an ecosystem where people come together, they support each other, we create an ecosystem, and that ecosystem is not just about finances. It starts from the science, it starts from talent, it starts from infrastructure, and then also bringing people together, and then also supporting the innovation with some rewards. Now, let's take a step back. Why, if you see all the drugs, what we are seeing, all the medicines, what we see, most of them, they are first developed in US,
Right.
even before Europe, right? So whenever anybody is developing a product, they first think of US, and hardly you'll find drugs which are not developed US focused. And the reason for that is that that US government, they have some policies of supporting the innovation. Same thing when I was working in Sanofi and I worked with my colleagues in Japan. Japan also has a similar policy. China is also coming with the same policy, that they have created an ecosystem, and then they are supporting, all these partners, academia. They help them, giving the funds, creating infrastructure. They help industry. Not only, when the product is market, they ensure that they get the returns even before that, doing development also. Now, coming back to India, I think government is taking steps in that. There are multiple initiatives I see where they are focused on creating those ecosystems at all the levels, starting from, I'm a physician, so I'm in touch with, and I primarily work in the clinical research. So government is focused on creating a framework for clinical research. I think there has been a lot of development in that area. Second is government also has a framework where they are supporting creating new sites, regulatory framework, training investigators, supporting also funding the academic institutes. I think now certainly it's not adequate, right? So this effort has to go to the next level, and of course maybe there could be again, I think I'll go back to what I said, Dr. Retan also mentioned. There's a need to talk together first, and then creating that ecosystem. And I think all of us, we have to be partner in this. We just government giving a mandate will not help.
Yeah.
That's two cents on this.
Excellent, Mukesh. Completely agree with you. So I think from what you're saying is there is a need for stronger mandates during such times, and there are now mechanisms slowly being put in place. So next time around, God forbid we have this situation, we'll be much better prepared. Is that a gist of what you said?
Yeah, to some extent, and also the second is that it has to be long term. We have to be proactive.
Yes.
It can't be just reactive. When a situation comes, then you make policies, make rules. And second is also what I'm saying, that more than a mandate, it has to be a focus on creating an ecosystem for research and development. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Very, very brilliantly answered. Subhojit, the same question, but a slight twist to it. As somebody who is in the marketing area, your management is obviously going to say, I don't want to take that risk. I really doesn't matter what the country's need are. This is a product that's getting us the most revenue, so just focus on that. Can that be changed? That mindset be changed, you think, in corporate India? Saying that, well, here's pandemic, let's not worry about profits for this next 2 years, let's just focus on what the country needs. Is that something you think is financially viable for a company to do?
Thanks, Dr. Uday, for the question. Wonderful question. In fact, the government has to step in forward in a big way, because I'll tell you, end of the day, as the head of sales and marketing, it is important that we achieve the necessary EBITDA, and that's how the company runs. There's no doubt on that. Now, the point is that if the government gives leverages, I'm sure companies will rise to the occasion. There's no doubt on that. Now, I'll come back to the biosimilar market. Now, till some years back, India was the first country to approve a biosimilar product way back in 2000. So India took the first step forward in the biosimilar market. That's point number one. Point number two, we have 70 biosimilars approved in India right now. So that is again, the companies are coming forward and biosimilars also need a good expenditure. So they are coming forward. The third point is, yes, if we are not coming with biologics, because as Dr. Mukesh and Professor Redana can comment more on that, it needs a different perspective altogether in terms of the cost, number of years involved, government support and all that. Maybe if that is there, I'm sure things will happen. Now, you take the case of even Serum Institute, when Adar Punawala expressed that he needs 3,000 crores to ramp up the production, and the government gave, and I'm sure next month we'll have 1.5 times the dosage of Covishield that he's manufacturing now. So if the government gives that required support, I'm sure they can rise to the occasion. Now there is one more data I'll just tell you. Now when I look at the biosimilar market, all the top companies are Indian only. Now you look at Zydus. It has a 21% market share, purely Indian company. Intas, 17% market share. Emcure, purely Indian company. Incidentally, I worked there earlier. Biocon, 6%. Vocart, Dr. Reddy's. Mylan, of course, is the a multinational. Hetero, Lupin, RPG Barnes Life Sciences. So together they control 75% of the market. So that means Indian companies have risen to the occasion, and the way the biosimilar market is growing, that is testimony to that fact. And 70 biosimilars are being sold in the country. That is a testimony to the fact. Against, I'll tell you, in US, right now in US, there are 18 biosimilars only available, and against seven reference biologics. So 18 versus 70. So on one front, we are doing well. And you see,
Yes.
biologics work in the same way as, biosimilars work in the same way as biologics, more or
Right.
less the same way, with the same efficacy, same potency, everything. Then only it's approved. So I feel the need of the hour is biosimilars,
Perfect.
and I think that will really pave the way for the country ahead, basically.
Thank you, Subhajit. Just a very quick follow-up. So, do you believe that there is enough corporate flexibility to leave aside profits for a couple of years and do what the country needs? You think there is flexibility there?
Uh, I'll tell you one of the aspects where corporate flexibility was there. That concept came, I'll tell you, some years back, corporate social responsibility.
CSR,
Now,
yeah.
CSR. Now you see some 5-10 years back it started. Now companies invest a big amount on corporate social responsibility. So companies do rise to the occasion. And I'm sure companies, why not? They can rise to the occasion and they can do well. Like my company, Acumentis, the parent company is Acumes Healthcare, which manufactures 12% of the Indian pharma market. Name any brands it manufacture, and we are the
Excellent.
sales and marketing. Yeah, so we are the sales and marketing wing of Acumes, which is called Acumentis. So if given a leverage, why not? And this is the growing market. So given a leverage, given some advantages, I think Indian companies will rise to the occasion and maybe spend a good amount of money for the preparation of biologics in years to come.
Excellent. That's very nice to hear. I think the clarity of thought with which you spoke on that was really, really good. So thank you. Very same question to you, Professor Reddana. You were the Dean, School of Life Sciences, 100 faculty there maybe, and 300 graduate students and all that. Would it be possible for the Dean to say 50% of the faculty for the next 2 years work on COVID because that's what the need is? Forget what you were doing, but the country needs you to work on COVID. You think that's something that's doable within academia to mandate that, and because it makes perfect sense? Or do you think the government has to mandate that?
I think if you're talking about the universities, the faculty have total freedom to work on any topic that they are interested. there is no directive given by anybody, either the dean or head of the department or the vice chancellor, to the faculty member. But this is possible in institutions like CSR institutions or DST institutions, DBT institutions, where if a crisis has arisen, like COVID pandemic, asking all the scientists to focus, maybe 50-60% of the scientists to focus on that particular problem, which they have done. And in fact, many such innovations have come up from the CSR labs and other central government institutions. And so that is possible, and which they are doing also. But it is not the same. In fact, the faculty in universities, they will be mostly focusing on the priorities of the government, where exactly they can get the funding. If the funding is more into cancer or more into tuberculosis, more into the COVID, then naturally the faculty are also attracted to that, and several such innovative projects also they have taken up when the government identifies the priority. But in universities, one of that the best scenario is that a faculty member once joins, that he is totally free to work on any area, which is not the case in CSR or other institutions.
Excellent. I mean, clearly, I think a lot of the innovation has to come from academia. It's very clear. My question was, as you rightly said, can we create a mechanism to focus them during such times as the pandemic? I mean, these are extraordinary times for both the citizens and the nation, and perhaps they could be a mechanism where management, which is vice chancellor, deans, head of the department, can say, we need, to develop a clone for interferon gamma as a treatment. Can we do that for the next 6 months? And your answer is there is no such mechanism, but it is possible to do. So that's great to hear. What about the ICERs and all, which are less into teaching and all, but more research driven? You think this is more feasible in that setting rather than a university where, you have students to take care of?
See, ICERs, IITs, and the universities, all of them are working in the very similar teaching and research are the priorities, but the faculty are given the total freedom. But the faculty research is also driven by the national priorities that are there. Mm-hmm. But there is no mechanism to direct a faculty member towards a particular research. But if the funding is coming, naturally you could bring all of them together towards that. The funding ultimately is the attraction towards the particular research. Because in any of the universities, including central universities, there is no mechanism of funding the faculty for a direct research, including the vice chancellor has no funds. It is only the funding that is given by the agencies like DST, DBT, CSIR, which drives the research component. But universities have no money to give to work, direct them to work in any particular area.
Yeah, completely agree. And I think the government has reacted brilliantly. I know there is so many COVID-related grants that are out there, that I have applied for. So I think the government's reaction this time has been fantastic. There's a national biopharma. There's at least half a dozen COVID-related grants also out there. So there are opportunities for academia and industry both to apply for those. So beautifully articulated, Dr. Redden. I'm actually going to move to the last question. And I see a lot of questions being posted on the chat. I don't know how much time we will have, but my last question really is a very, it's more of a fantasy question. And I'll begin with you, Mukesh. If there was one thing you had to do to improve innovation, suppose you were for lack of better word, the country's, the boss of the country, and there was one thing you could do to improve biopharma innovation in this country, what would that be? I mean, just one thing that you would want to do.
Yeah. So two things, I said it earlier also in my question. So what I think is needed is creating an ecosystem and a long-term strategy. Yes, and a framework when people talk together. University, academia, regulatory, government.
So create better channels for all of that, and perhaps centralize them in under one ministry so that they can all, talk to each other rather than go in different directions. Excellent. Yeah, I think that's completely agree that that's the need of the hour. Subhojit, the same question to you. Yeah. If you had a magic wand, what is the one thing you would do, to wish to bring in innovation into the country in the biopharma space?
Three things actually. I will go with affordability.
Okay.
Key pricing decisions. That's very important, and access. Today, what happens? Most of the biosimilars are available in A-class cities, tier 1, tier 2 cities. It is absolutely not there in rural areas. So access is the key, very important. Pricing is the key, and of course the affordability is that is one thing. The second, I would say, when I look at the overall biosimilars market, top 10 molecules, if I see, around 37-40% is by the erythropoietin. Now, the number one is erythropoietin, which has a 30% market share, and darbepoetin, which is also a kind of erythropoietin with 8%. So 38-39% is by erythropoietin. Now, there are other biosimilars which need a push, like for cancer treatment, bevacizumab, all the monoclonal antibodies. Then we need for osteoporosis treatment, teriparatide is there, rheumatoid arthritis, and of course, something in ovulation has come. Then a lot of for psoriatic arthritis. So apart from the erythropoietin, where it has a 40-45% market share, I would like the other biosimilars also to be made more reachable, affordable, so that more number of diseases can be treated, if you just see.
Excellent. So, yeah, I mean, I completely agree with you. I think India is, as a country, and the model of payment reimbursement is so different than anywhere else. Affordability takes, the number one priority. So you're basically saying that innovation has to be driven by affordability rather than doing exotic science or any such thing. Fantastic. Complete agreement. Same question to you, Professor Redana. If you had, what would your mantra be for India to move rapidly towards being a more innovative biopharma country, you think?
All the basics at the academic institutions involved in basic research or biomedical research should have faculty from clinical research and should have the hospitals and the leading medical institutions like All India Institute of Medical Sciences, which were set up in different parts of the country, should have at least 30 to 45% of the faculty from basic sciences.
Yeah.
This has to be brought. Then only I think innovations will be coming out. Maybe if not Indian industry, global industries will come forward to take up those innovations.
Yeah. Complete agreement. I think that is a clear lacuna. If you look at the US model for innovation, a lot of, if all big universities have hospital, and a lot of the physicians actually have co-appointments in the basic research faculty as well as they go to the clinic. So translation is so much easier when you have that bridge. So, and we don't have that, as you said, Professor Redana. So completely agree with that. We are at 11:30. I had put down myself as 11:30 for time to start wrapping up. There are quite a few questions, but there was one comment that India has been innovative, and Bharat Biotech is being given as an example. Complete agreement with that, and kudos to Bharat Biotech for doing that. but the country cannot live with just one Bharat Biotech. We probably have 50 large pharma companies in this country. We need 10 of them to be able to do that, and I'm sure that's going to happen. So I'm actually going to summarize what was said so that the audience has a good sense. I think Mukesh was heavy on saying that ecosystem needs to be created in the country to promote innovation, and that ecosystem has to come from government mechanisms, risk-taking ability, clinical capability. I think your belief is that if we had the right ecosystem, innovation would just take off and accelerate itself. Am I right, Mukesh? Is that just like a
Absolutely.
one-line summary? Yeah,
Yes,
perfect. I think that's a great take-home message for our audience, that ecosystem needs to be created. Subhojit was mainly focused on affordability, and I completely understand where you're coming from, because we are a country, we are still a developing country. We cannot afford. So am I right in saying that the innovation has to be focused on delivering affordable medicines? Or do you think we should go for exotic science, maybe even a
No, no.
10%? Okay, so you think affordable medicines, focus your innovation on affordable medicines, and that will solve a lot of the problems in due course. Great.
And the insurance will automatically come in the picture then with
Yeah,
the
yeah.
biosimilars. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Professor Redden, I was clear where you were going. I mean, you had said that we don't have good channels for, highways, as you had once called it, to encourage industry, academia, and that needs to be done. And also, you reiterated the fact that clinician interaction with basic research is almost non-existent in this country. So, you think that better avenues for industry and academia, as well as with clinicians and base, you think those are the things that will jumpstart innovation in this country? I think that's what I heard you say. So
Yes, yes, exactly. I think both the fronts. We need to. Government has to take up steps to include the clinical research and the hospitals in a basic academic institutions, and of course, academy. Both sides, the push and pull models have to be employed by the academy and industry to further the collaborations.
yeah. Oh, I think these are very good take-home messages for our audience, and some very brilliant insights from the research side, from CIPLA, and from a marketing and affordability from Subhojit, and finally Professor Reddenna. You're probably a pioneer on encouraging academia industry, because a lot of academics don't think like the way you do, that it's important to connect with the industry. I mean, translational research, the definition is that, right? What you do in the lab has to translate into helping fellow human beings. So I think some of the thoughts you have said there. I also want to, I know a lot of work is being done in CIPLA. I don't want to leave CIPLA out for what they are doing. Umang Vora is a good friend of mine, so please give him my best. And I think you're doing some really, really good work. Ocumentus, can you just give us 1 minute on what Ocumentus's effort is towards COVID? Like just one thing that you're doing right now. I don't know enough. That's why I'm asking you. So.
Oh, yeah, yeah. We have 13 plants. They are all located in Haridwar. And of late, last 1 month back, we have opened a COVID care center in Hyderabad, which is a 250 bedded hospital, which is running free of cost with all oxygenated beds, ventilators. And we are primarily catering to the Uttarakhand belt of Haridwar and all the nearby belts. And so that is one way we are helping in a big way. That is with a COVID care center. It's a 250 big hospital we have made.
Wow.
And and of course, the second thing, apart from donating to the PM Care and all, I would also take one case of innovation, one molecule, I'll tell you, favipiravir. Now you see, yes, now last month, one of the brands of favipiravir became a 300 crore brand, that's by Glenmark. Now the point is, all Indian companies jumped to the occasion, manufactured a great deal of favipiravir, and that is being used by patients who are in the house. It's for mild to moderate cases. So that's also a case of innovation. When given an opportunity with a little bit of government support, you look at Favipiravir, we have done that. And even
Fantastic.
if the same, even if the government would have opened up for remdesivir today, remdesivir would have been available in plenty. So it's like that. Maybe government didn't anticipate the use of remdesivir so much. So that's how it went out of here. So Indian companies do rise to the occasion, and they're doing a lot for it. And one more example is all pharma companies are working now.
Yes.
The entire supply. I am in the office right now because that's the way to maintain the supply line. So
Yeah.
that way, and if you see COVID 1.0 and 2.0, the supply line of pharma is not disturbed in COVID 2.0.
True. Very true. Very
So
true.
that's in a big way the pharma is coming to the
Yeah. Thank you. And I know the work that Professor Redana does is, he was the founder of a BioNest Incubation Center at University of Hyderabad, where my company is incubated, and a lot of us are actually working on COVID. So he has had a massive contribution to work towards COVID. Also, the FABA Academy that he has started, which educates students during this downtime. Maybe you can take 1 second to talk about your efforts during COVID with FABA Academy, Professor Redana.
So the FABA is a non-profit organization established in 2005 to provide a platform for academy, industry, and government bodies to come together. The flagship event of FABA was the BioAsia, which has been happening in Hyderabad for the past 16 years. And we felt the gap between the academy and industry in human resource development. Industry always complaining that the students coming out of the academic institution do not have the expertise that is required in the industry. And industry also, these are the problems. And after observing this, we thought that we should provide a platform to provide that kind of skill development activity. FABA Academy was established in last BioAsia, that is February 2020. And this is providing a kind of career guidance for the students and also skill development activities that are required by the industry. The various techniques that are required, which are identified by the industry, and then we are providing such kind of training in academic institutions like university or Dr. Reddy's Institute of Life Sciences, CCMB, IICT. Like, because of COVID, we could not take up hands-on training, but right now we have started the online platform. Several workshops were conducted. Workshop on data science, workshop on chromatography, basic concepts of chromatography, workshop on drug discovery. Another workshop is coming up very soon on biologics and biosimilars, the upstream and downstream technologies that are required in the biosimilar biologics industry. So these are some of the activities that we have taken up under the banner of FABA Academy.
Brilliant. I want to finally acknowledge Mukesh, Subhajit, Professor Redana. Thank you so much for your time. I think your insights have been brilliant, and they were very clear take-home messages for the audience, which is, a lot of the time the panel discussions are all over the place, but here we had clear guidance on how to improve biopharma innovation from all three of you. Really, thank you very much. I look forward to working with you, not just in panel discussions, but perhaps there is highways that we can build together, as Professor Redana would like to say. So I will be in touch with you, Mukesh and Subhajit, to see if there's something we can do together. I also want to thank Ashish and Blue Tech. Ashish, you have been very gentle but very persuasive. I know you keep tabs on us. First thing I see in the morning is a message from Ashish saying, we are 1 day away, we are half an hour away. So very well done, Ashish. I thank you very much for inviting me as well as these esteemed panelists to do this. I'm not taking any questions because we've run out of time, but want to acknowledge again all the industry in India that's has risen to the occasion so brilliantly. I don't have the time to mention all the names, but clearly Bharat was the standout, so I mentioned it. But Thank you very much. And I'm going to hand it over back to Ivan, is it, that is going to take over? Yeah.
I think you did the honors, Dr. Uday Saxena. You were absolutely right. I was completely glued into this discussion on innovation in biopharma and India's role in the global ecosystem. Such excellent insights and thoughts that were tabled by Dr. Mukesh Kumar, Subhojit Mukherjee, Professor Redana. It was very enriching for me. And you are right, this panel didn't go all over the place. And that's largely because of you, because you did a fantastic job of moderating this panel. So thank you, Dr. Uday Saxena, for moderating this panel. We wish each of you the very best going forward.
Thank you, Ivan. Please send me your autograph. I know you're a celebrity MC, so just digital signature to me, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. You just made my day.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a few announcements once again. During the break between sessions, do visit our partner booths by simply clicking on the exhibition hall button at the bottom of your screen. And please feel free to chat, speak, or video call any of them. Also, do visit the networking lounge, which is a button at the bottom of your screen where you can create a group and video chat with like-minded people. And if you have any questions for the speakers or the panels and fireside chats to follow, kindly send us your questions in the Q&A box, which is a button to the right of your screen. Time permitting, we will definitely take a few questions. And don't forget to tweet using the hashtag IBLC2021. Let's get this hashtag trending. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the second panel discussion of the day, titled Biosimilars, Manufacturing and Clinical Development. And I'd first like to welcome the members of this panel. Sandeep Majumdar, Vice President, Biopharma Division, Intas Pharmaceuticals Limited. Dr. Sanjeev Gupta, Senior General Manager and Head Advanced Biotech Biosimilar R&D, IPCA Laboratories Limited. Dr. Arani Chatterjee, Senior Vice President, Clinical Research, Aurobindo Pharma, and Dr. Bhaswat Chakraborty, Senior Vice President and Chair, R&D, Cadila Pharmaceuticals Limited. This session will be moderated by Ashok Bhattacharya, former Executive Director, Takeda Pharmaceutical. Do stay tuned in, ladies and gentlemen. We will be back on the other side with this panel discussion in a short while.
We all depend on science for the hope, the cure, and the urgent answers we need.
But we have more questions than answers.
More possibilities to pursue.
We need more science
challenging the past
to write the next chapter,
moving science forward.
This is science. And these are the innovators changing the world. This is why we work, because the people of Thermo Fisher Scientific believe in the power of science.
to help people
and patients.
Feed the world.
Save our planet.
For the next generation.
And our generation.
We need answers.
Before the next outbreak.
Finally, stop cancer in its tracks.
नहीं हो गया माइक ऑफ था फिर मैंने ऑन कर दिया एंड फोन का वॉल्यूम भी हाई कर लीजिए यस इट्स हाई
फिर भी
नहीं आ रहा है
नहीं उसने देखें
Mr. Bhattacharya, we are live, so you can go live. It's a request also to all the other panelists to kindly keep your audio on mute. And when a question is directed at you, kindly unmute it so that we can avoid the background sound. So, Mr. Ashok Bhattacharya, over to you.
Thank you, Ivan. Sorry for the technical glitch which happened. But nonetheless, after lovely and lively session, the previous session, moderated by Dr. Uday, I think it's time now to discuss on the biosimilar manufacturing and clinical development. And the questions that can be dealt upon are something, or the points are that what are the current challenges in developing biosimilars, taking from the earlier panel, why nothing is really coming up as an original or innovator product. What are the scientific and strategic approaches taken to develop and follow up on biologics? What are the regulatory guidelines, hurdles, the clinical development and safety aspects of it? So discuss on all these aspects. We have a very esteemed panel, a very learned panel of experts with a scientific, I would say, top scientific brains of the industry dwelling upon this important subject of biosimilars. Now, before we really get into discussion, I know that we are a bit delayed in the whole thing. There are certain misconceptions on biosimilars at large. And I think this is the forum where we can clear those misconceptions, that it should not be just treated as biosimilars are cheap drug, they are copy drugs, and stuff like that. I know it's extremely difficult and it's extremely expensive to come out with a biosimilar, although the end cost is lower because of certain stuff which are involved. in the clinical development of it. This is the need of the hour, with a lot of healthcare pressure on the cost. Every country is under a similar position. And I think this is the best time to discuss about it and how India can lead in the arena of biosimilars. And like India is the global pharmacy, can India become the global biosimilar hub in the offing? In order to do so, I think I would request Sandeep first to talk about some of the current challenges in developing biosimilars and the clinical strategies for global biosimilar development. Sandeep, can you?
Yeah, Dr. Ashok, I momentarily lost you. So can you just repeat the question? I momentarily lost the connection.
Yeah. I mean, I mentioned that if we are the pharmacy of the world, India, can India become a global hub for biosimilars in the offing? And if for that, Sandeep, what we would like to understand from you, what are the current challenges in developing biosimilars, the clinical strategies for global biosimilar development?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Ashok. So let me start with saying that by saying good morning to all the esteemed speakers. And let me tell you, the development and manufacturing of biologics is equally, of biosimilars is equally challenging than developing any other novel biologics. So it is equally challenging. And the challenge is because you have to be absolutely similar to the innovator as far as possible, and any differences from the perspective of quality or in terms of technical jargons, I will try to minimize, but with respect to glycosylation patterns or any other form of amino acid related impurities which is occurring, which is additional. I will not say impurities immediately. It is different from the novel biologics. Then it has to be kind of clinically assessed properly, whether it has meaningful clinical significance or not. So some of the kind of lysine derivatives, it may happen in a biosimilar, but they are not clinically meaningful, we all know. So similarly, on the manufacturing front, you have to go through various stages. So post development, you have to go through a very extensive clinical trial, phase 1 and phase 3, and when you are manufacturing a clinical trial batch, your process has to be as close to the final manufacturing process, and the scale of manufacturing should be identical to your future manufacturing that you'll be doing when you're starting the clinical trial. So that's we are always running against time. Indian companies are always running against time. So time is the essence, and potentially people end up taking short. Shortcut, taking any
We are missing you, Sandeep. Sandeep, we are missing you. Sandeep, please unmute.
Yeah, sorry, I think there was a connection loss in between.
Yeah, yeah.
And so I was just saying that when you're starting the clinical trial, your process should be more or less frozen, and any changes after that should be deemed as a post-approval submissions. So the challenges are multifold. I'll kick off this conversation, and then, if the time allows, then I'll come back again with some more perspectives.
Okay. Thanks, Sandeep. Dr. Chatterjee, a very interesting aspect where we can try and understand from you what are the scientific and strategic approaches taken for successfully developing of follow-on biologics.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Mr. Bhattacharya. So, similar to what Dr. Majumdar said, the clinical development of biosimilars is also different from that of traditional biologics or even traditional pharma. And there are some advantages as well as some challenges both. So one thing is that the follow-on biologic has to be both in terms of both physicochemical characteristics and in its clinical effectiveness and safety, similar to the innovator product. Now, it is actually sometimes difficult, I mean, easier to develop a product with its own characteristics than developing a product which is similar to another one. So, the CMC part has already been described. So similarly in clinical also, we have to start with first the clinical pharmacology, just like a bioequivalence study, and where we have to show that not equivalence but the relative bioavailability between the uh, innovator and the biosimilar is at least more than 80%, within 80 to 125. Not that strict like bioequivalence, but it has to be comparable. Now, in terms of proof of concept, that's the easy part because it's already there for the innovator, so we don't have to do anything. But the effectiveness and safety has still to be demonstrated in a pivotal trial, and that in fact is again challenging because normally biologic trials or pharma trials, they are like non-inferiority trials. So you have a non-inferiority margin, and if you are within that margin, it's okay. But here the trials are equivalence trials. So there is an upper margin as well as a lower margin, and you have to be within both the margins for the product to be called equivalent. So there are it's a statistical challenge also because the sample size actually goes up if you have both side margins. Then there is the question of long term safety of biologics, because in biologics it's not just the active ingredient which contributes to the safety. There is also a role of excipients, and various excipients like human serum albumin, polysorbates, glycine, amino acids, calcium chloride, urea, and such are routinely used to stabilize the proteins, and this may also influence the drug safety profile. And then one particular safety concern for biologics and biosimilars is the immunogenicity, which is a desirable feature when you are developing vaccines, but is an undesirable feature when you are developing biologics. So one has to make sure that there is no anti-drug antibody which contributes to the immunogenicity against the body's own systems. And finally, of course, there are some other aspects to keep in mind, such as which the choosing the right RMP, the reference medicinal product. Then, choosing which indication you want to go for, because in case of biosimilars, there is the scope of extrapolating the efficacy and thereby getting approval for more than one indication. So that's an advantage, but then one has to be careful in the choice of which indication one wants to do. So, for example, etanercept is approved for rheumatoid arthritis, ankylosing spondylitis, juvenile idiopathic arthritis, plaque psoriasis, and psoriatic arthritis. But the clinical development strategy for biosimilars typically includes a phase 3 trial for rheumatoid arthritis and then getting approval for other indications through extrapolation of safety and efficacy data. So I will stop here at this point, and because these are some broad overview, and then let others continue.
Thanks, Dr. Chatterjee. Now, Sanjeev, coming to the aspect, what are the approaches that are there to develop biosimilar for sustenance and affordability?
Hi. Thank you, Mr. Ashok. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Yes, I'll just focus on the approaches to develop the biosimilar for the sustenance. This is a big question when we start with the opportunity and the challenges. The one of the challenge for the biosimilar development is sustenance in the market. We can see that there's hundred of molecules are there in the commercially available and approved by US FDA or several molecules by EMA. But at the same time, thousands of companies are working on same molecule. So the question comes that how to sustain in such a competitive market. So when we select any molecule or when we decide on particular approach, we have to be very careful and keep our eyes, mind open that what will happen after 10 years. We have to foresee that what may happen after 10 or 20 years if you want to sustain in biosimilar or biologics also. So the main problem which is coming up for the sustenance and the challenges, what I would say is the price erosion. If you see the biosimilar market, even if I take example in India as an example, for let's say rituximab, one of the molecule, there are 14 brands are there available in the market. Now, how to compete for this rituximab? If you see the price erosion, it has started with 30%, now it has gone up to 70%. So there's a big challenge. So until unless we have good technology, good manufacturing capabilities, good manufacturing approach, and we think that how can we manufacture the molecule more affordable and sustain in the market. So until unless we have good technology, novel technologies, we cannot sustain in the market. And the vision for any molecule development vision is very, very important. As Dr. Arani Chatterjee mentioned about the multiple indication. So in our strategy, we have to think that what kind of molecule we select so that we can sustain, whether it is used for the single indication or the multiple indication. If one company is competing, let's say in RA, can we compete in the cancer segment or some other segment? So philosophy of the development of the molecule is very, very important. And we have to categorize the indication when we start any program, because we know that in biosimilar, it is going to take 10 years, maybe 7 years time to come into the market, to launch into the market. So what may go wrong or what challenges we may face when we launch our own product. So until unless we have good technology, if I say good technology in terms of certain things like cell line and the process. If I talk about cell line is the key. Process is the key, because the titer, suppose today I'm getting 1 gram, 2 gram per liter, my competitor gets, let's say 5 gram per liter. Can we compete? No, we cannot. We can vanish off. So we have to be very much focused on the technology, access to the technology, which technology we are, and we have not to be, hurry. in hurry. What happens the moment we get the protein 1 gram, 2 gram? Let's go ahead. Let's move ahead. Let's do the preclinical trial, clinical trial, and launch the product. But we do not think that, we do not see that what may happen after 5 years or 10 years. So the technology, the clone which we select nowadays, people talk about 5 gram, 10 gram. When we started biosimilar in India, we were getting 0.5 gram, 1 gram, and 2 gram. 2 gram was considered to be very high titer. But nowadays people talk about 5 gram, 7 gram. So can those companies compete with the companies which are getting 5 gram per liter, 10 gram per liter? Or they have lean manufacturing facility, wherein they have reduced the manufacturing cost. So these things are very, very important. And the second thing is the process. Process is the key that decides the fate of the molecule. The process, whether it is consistent process, if your process is consistent, you can compete in the market, and you can make the affordable drug. And very, very important is your strategy. Whether we are developing molecule for the Indian market or global. If we think global, let's say EMA, USA, so we can consider, because we may not survive. Today we are surviving. Tomorrow we may not survive in India because of the competition. India is becoming world leader. Maybe I will touch upon that part also, maybe later part. But if India is becoming the world leader in biosimilar. So a lot of competitions are there within India. Now we have to think that how can we go ROW market? How can we go EMA market? How can we go USA market? In fact, several companies are doing that in India, and I'm happy to share that couple of companies, 4-5 companies, we know that they are striving to develop their molecule for EMA market and USA market. So we have to keep all these options open, and when we start developing our molecule, we should develop molecule for regulatory market. We should not just think that for India we develop different kind of process. For USA, we develop different kind of. So that involves a lot of time consumption as well as investment. So we should be very clear when we develop the molecule, and these are the way when we think about the philosophy, and when we foresee 10 year down line, 15 year down line, we can make the affordable drug and we can sustain. Thank you. So I'll stop here, maybe. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Sanjeev. Dr. Chakravarti, with your stint for almost over 40 years in the Western market, the question which comes, where you can really throw some light is: are there unresolved issues about biosimilars, and why all biosimilars are not interchangeable or substitutable? Are you there, Dr. Chakravarti? I think, I don't know if he is there. But Sandeep, well then let me direct this to you. Are there any unresolved issues
sure.
about biosimilars?
Yes, Dr. Bhattacharya. So the thing is that EMA and EU have very different approaches in this regard with respect to interchangeability of biosimilars with approved molecule, innovator molecule. So the thing is that in US the PHS, which is the body, statutory body, which kind of develops these guidelines, they have taken.
We are losing you, Sandeep. We are talking about technology, and these are the technological glitches which comes. I keep on telling everything cannot be virtual. Like we try with technology, but it's not totally in our hand.
Sorry, this post cyclone, all our connections have gone bad here in Gujarat. So I'm very sorry. So US has a different perspective, which is more risk based, and they value the immunogenicity that is associated, as Dr. Arni and Sanjeev threw some light on that. That's a very important aspect, and interchangeability at a pharmacist level kind of should not be allowed. And at the prescription level, definitely a biosimilar, if it is approved in that geography, can be in US, can be given. And it's also like in the member states have been given that authority now, and the guideline will soon emerge with respect to interchangeability of the biosimilars. Whereas in EMA, they have once they have approved biologics for against innovator molecule, what they say is that immunogenicity concerns are already addressed in that, and interchangeability at a kind of pharmacist level is also allowed there. So that is the reason why the biosimilars have become very affordable, and this is a primary requirement for affordability. We have seen in case of so there are some controls also. We have seen in case of Zarsio, which is the first biosimilar which is approved in US, and it has gone through this interchangeability part. So only thing is that in this what they have said is that in your prescription in the generic molecule, when you are defining on your carton, you have to write fildrastim with the first four letters of the company. So like fildrastim SNDZ. So like that, Sandoz. So so those kind of checks and measures are coming up, and interchangeability will become very easy in US. Now it is very complicated. It will soon become very easy, and will be a great potential for Indian manufacturers to get into that arena. Europe, of course, as Sanjeev said, a lot of companies are doing development for Europe for quite some time now. And we have not seen any serious challenges with the approved biologics. For Intas, I can say that after we have launched GCSF and pegylated GCSF, and soon we'll be launching many more molecules. One of the things that we have taken care in the development part is absolute biosimilarity, so that the interchangeability becomes that much more easier. So the right from establishing the QTPP at a very early stage in development, and as Sanjeev said, that was selecting
I think because of paucity of time, let me go to the next aspect. Dr. Chatterjee, it would be nice of you if you can really, throw some light on the production cost of biosimilars are very high. Are there any constraints or concerns with respect to storage and the supply chain for biosimilars? You have to unmute.
Yes, thank you for the question, but maybe Dr. Gupta would like to take this up, because I am, from the clinical side, and supply chain and distribution is not really my core expertise. So either Mr. Majumdar, Dr. Majumdar, or Dr. Gupta can take this up.
Ashok, Dr. Ashok, you'll have to repeat the question. I was offline again.
I was talking about that the production cost of biosimilars are very high. Are there any concerns with respect to storage and supply chain?
Yes, there are. Storage and supply chain is a very integral part of biosimilars, because most of the products, biosimilars, unless until they are lyophilized, they have to be stored in 2 to 8 degrees. Even lyophilized products are stored at 2 to 8 degrees. And the cold chain is a very, very important part. For example, if you take example of FSH, if you go to a sub-zero temperature while transporting, you will have serious challenges with the molecule, efficacy of the molecule. Similarly, many other molecules, if there are temperature excursion during transit, is a big issue in biosimilars. There are quality challenges that come up at patient level. So, looking at these challenges, the supply chain, cold chain specifically, has to be absolutely spot on. And currently, we are working with a lot of international agencies, and there is no reputed cold chain partner for us in India. So most of them are like, Marken, or which are like big giant companies globally, which we have to partner for this ensuring the cold chain supply. Also, biosimilar production involves a lot of ingredients, so as to say, which requires transportation in a very controlled temperature. So for raw material perspective, from consumable perspective, as well as from the perspective of the final product, for everything, I think temperature conditions, the mode of storage, and the mode of transport becomes very important. Another important thing is that the lead times. In biosimilar manufacturing, the lead times for everything is too large, 6 to 8 months kind of. And during COVID times, we are like it is going beyond 1.5 years for some of the components. So you have to have a huge amount of inventory which is stored in a controlled condition.
Right.
And
So,
so that is
Sandeep,
what.
I think the cold chain issue is quite resolved in our country now, with lots of products which require a cold chain, and temperature excursions cannot be really encouraged. So, I mean, there are a couple of companies, international companies, which have set up outfits in India, and also certain initiatives being taken. And also the airports, particularly where the transportation takes place. There's a lot of improvement which has happened, whether it's Bangalore, Hyderabad, or Bombay. There are a lot of improvement in terms of temperature controlled transportation, which is there. For example, like vedolizumab, for example. I mean, vedolizumab needs to be highly temperature sensitive product. Or you look at a muscle relaxant like atracudia. It's a highly temperature sensitive product. So I think the cold chain issues are resolved, and I totally appreciate, Sandeep, because the manufacturing costs are so high for biosimilars. People think that why are they able to give it at a cheaper rate than the innovator biologics, the products. But I know what goes on behind developing a biosimilar. It's not very easy. It's not very easy. It's as difficult as discovering an innovative molecule. It's as like that. Okay. So, Dr. Chatterjee, since you are from the clinical side, I know I keep on hearing from colleagues that there are issues with respect to phase 3 clinical trials. Are there really any issues with regards to phase 3 clinical trials with biosimilars? And or what is the way forward really, if there are any hassles?
Thank you. So this is something I can maybe discuss a little about. So as I mentioned earlier, there are some advantages as well as disadvantages during the phase 3 trial. So for example, if you take an oncology trial, a normal phase 3 trial would have overall survival as its endpoint. because what you are trying to establish is the efficacy of the drug which is being tested. But in case of a biosimilar, there is no need to do that because it is already known that the innovator is efficacious. So instead of overall survival, you can take tumor regression in terms of complete response or partial response as an endpoint. So that makes the trial shorter, and the follow up. You don't have to follow up all the patients till their lifetime. So this is the easy part. But then, as I mentioned, because you have to do an equivalence trial rather than a standard non-inferiority model, um, it may be difficult to, that's a challenge because the sample sizes go up. If you take the same oncology example, see, oncology molecules, when they are approved, come up with a graded series of approval. So first, they are approved for, say, refractory patients with no other treatment options. Then they may be approved as a second line treatment with a combination of other products. Third, they may be approved later as a first line treatment, either in combination or as a standalone treatment. So an oncology molecule doesn't get approved in a yes or no manner. There is a graded approval process during the life cycle of the product. But when you are testing, for example, monoclonal antibody, which is a biosimilar for a cancer indication, it is difficult to test it in combination because unless you test the biosimilar with the innovator in a one-to-one head-to-head fashion, you will not know whether the effect that you have in terms of tumor regression is can be attributed to the biosimilar or is a result of the other drugs which are part of the combination. So that is a challenge. Then there are some so this choice of the appropriate indication, that's a challenge because you have to make sure that you are choosing the right indication, and with that you can extrapolate the data to get approval for other indications. Then there are some regulatory lacunae, or so to speak, which also can pose a challenge, perhaps not during the trial, but in later stages. So the Indian guidance on biosimilar products, which includes the clinical development guidance also, even now has a one size fits all approach for the clinical trial, the pivotal clinical trial, where there is a specified sample size, minimum sample size, which is sufficient to get approval. But science doesn't work that way, and for every product there is an effect size, and based on that effect size you have to calculate the equivalence margins and derive the sample size from that. So you cannot so it you can get away with doing that trial in a small sample and get approval in India, which there are many examples of, but then that product is not going to get approved in outside India in the regulated and the ICH regions like EMA and FDA. So in the long run, it will be counterproductive for the company which is developing unless they are focused only on the Indian market. And then there may be this long-term follow-up issues. So for example, the um, drop in the red blood cell count, which is seen after maybe 9 months of treatment. So you, unless you have follow up for 9 months, which is part of the phase 3 trial, you will not come to know about it. So you may get an initial approval based on your primary endpoints, but you have to continue the trial until the long term follow up is over, and then only you will have the complete label. I should also mention one more thing, that for biosimilars, the reliance on the reference medicinal product doesn't stop with the end of the clinical trials. So for all products, not just biosimilars, one has to have something called a risk management plan in place after approval, whether it is drug or vaccine or biosimilar, anything. But in case of biosimilars, it is mandated that the risk management program should be along the same lines as that of the innovator product. So whatever patient education, physician education, patient awareness, risk evaluation and management system is in place for the um, innovator product, the same systems have to be in place for the biosimilar. I will give a very short example, but a very interesting one. Once we were, so this is not about biosimilars, but how this can affect follow-on companies. So once we were filing an application for mycophenolate mofetil, not a biosimilar, in FDA, because it was coming off patent. So FDA invited all the applicants, about 10 of them, for a meeting to decide on the REMS, risk evaluation and management system. And they said that Roche, which is the innovator, will lead the program, and everyone has to join and follow what Roche is doing. And the joining fee, so to speak, which is Roche's estimate of the setup cost, was $1 million for all the companies. So to market a generic, even before you have entered, you have to first pay $1 million and then hope to get a foot in. So it's going to be the same for biosimilars also, with the innovator having the lead and others being asked to follow. And that also is a very big challenge, because this is a lifelong activity and has to continue during the entire life cycle of the product, and therefore is something that follow-on biologics have to keep in mind. Thank you.
I think Mr. Ashok is not there. I wanted to open a discussion about the opportunities. We have talked much about the challenges which we face in biosimilar. So, like, we started our discussion with one, saying that can India become a world leader for the biosimilar? So I strongly believe that yes, we can become world leader for biosimilar as well, as we are doing good for the pharma. So one experience I would like to share with you. We had meeting with DVT. I think they invited all industry leaders, RCGM and DCGI. They invited industry leaders, and they are running one program that is called can India become world leader in biosimilars? So what are the things which we require to become a world leader? So what are the opportunities? Where are the opportunities? So I'll just focus on certain opportunities in the area of biosimilar, which all industries should look into. That is, if you see the market potential of biosimilar and biologics. If we talk about biologics, last year it was around, total sale was around $240 billion. But the projection is by 2025, it will be around $480 billion. So there's huge opportunities. The biologics becomes biosimilar for biosimilar companies. We start working on those molecule, looking into the patent scenario and the technical feasibility. At the same time, if we see the market potential of biosimilars, so until last year, the total sales was $5.5 billion. But it is projected that by 2030, the total sales would reach up to $250 billion, almost 30 times more. If you see the Indian scenario, India 2019, it was around $1.25 billion total sales. It is projected that by 2030, it will become around, the sales would become $35 billion. So there's huge opportunities. A lot of opportunities are there for the Indian biosimilar companies. We have to be very selective in selecting the molecule and in the philosophy of the development of the molecule. So we look into the, if you see the number of molecules which are approved so far. So recently a paper is published and wherein they mentioned that FDA has approved 100 monoclonal antibodies. So you can imagine until 2016 it was 50 molecules, 50 new biologics. In 5 years, short span of time, there are 50 other molecules have been, approved by US FDA. So there are ample opportunity. So when we start working on any molecule, any biosimilar molecule, we have a lot of confusion which molecules to select. So there are several areas like you have anti-inflammatory, then you have cancer. You can select cancer therapy. There are nowadays migraine therapy also. Then there are monoclonal antibodies generated for the HIV. There's monoclonal antibodies generated for infectious diseases. So we have to be very careful in selecting the molecule and seeing the future of those molecules because there are ample opportunities up, and we are seeing that the number of molecules which are approved per year, almost 10 to 15 molecules per year which are being approved. If you see the patent scenario, sorry.
Sanjeev, sorry for the interruption. Actually, we have crossed the time limit. But
okay.
Nonetheless, I know this is a subject where we can discuss for even longer time because it's a very interesting area and a learning area. At the same time, time is a constraint. So I would like to sincerely thank Dr. Chatterjee, Dr. Majumdar, and Dr. Gupta for enlightening us on such an important aspect of biosimilars. I mean, maybe we'll be more in touch and understand from you at a later stage on some other platform as to what this interesting topic is, the known things and the unknowns. I think that is something which we'll be able to learn. Thank you once again, and thank you, Blue Tech Media. Sorry for crossing the time limit because of the technical hitches which came in between. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That was technology playing up for you. Technology is a great boon, but at times we've got to live with it, the good and the bad. As Mr. Bhattacharya said, I'd like to thank Sandeep Majumdar, Dr. Sanjeev Gupta, and Dr. Arani Chatterjee for their views on biosimilars, manufacturing, and clinical development. Unfortunately, Mr. Bhaswat Chakraborty couldn't join us. We apologize for that. And thank you, Mr. Ashok Bhattacharya, for doing a great job of moderating this panel. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we move on to our first poll question for the day. Kindly click on the polling button to the right of your screen, and the poll question will be visible. The first poll question is, what do you think would be the next wave in biopharma? And your options are gene therapy, biobetters, platform-based vaccines, immuno-oncology combinations, or rare disease therapies. Kindly choose one of the options. You have 30 seconds, and the results will be visible to you soon. And there we have the poll results up. Thank you for your participation in the first poll question for the day. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, it's my privilege to welcome Raghavendra Gaud, General Manager, South Asia, Cytiva, for his presentation titled Biopharma Resilience Index. Raghavendra, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I will quickly share my slides. Yes. So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to speak a speaker at Biopharma Conclave. This is no other time can be much better than this, because we know the importance of biopharma, and everybody is looking at biopharma for a solution for the pandemic. So I thought on that note, I would start giving you a quick introduction about myself and then about the company, and then we will get into today's topic. So I'm Raghavendra Gaud Waggu. I have been with this organization for about 20 years. Started as a researcher, now lead the organization as a business leader for India and South Asia. So if you look at the organization, from a Cytiva standpoint, most of the people on the call, most of the leaders on the call would definitely remember what this logo stands for. We have been our existence has been from 1973. That's why we say a proven past and a new beginning. The reason we say it's a new beginning, because we have been acquired by Danaher, one of the largest life sciences entity from GE Healthcare. So if you look at the legacy, from 1733, there have been a lot of acquisitions, a lot of mergers. Till recently, till last year, we were a part of GE Healthcare. We were called as GE Healthcare Life Sciences. And from April 2020, we've called as Cytiva, and we didn't want to leave the legacy of the logo. Most of the people will remember this logo. This is a Pharmacia logo, which was started in 1908. We just wanted to bring in that logo just to give you that, the legacy, the importance of the legacy. So that's why we say a proven past and a new beginning. So that's what Cytiva is all about. And if you look at our new mission is to advance and accelerate the therapeutics. We are associated with all the clients who do the biological research, developing innovative vaccines, biologic drugs, novel cell and gene therapy. We ensure that there is an efficiency built in the research manufacturing workflows, ensuring the development of the new therapeutics, manufacturing of the new therapeutics, and delivery of the transformative medicines to the patient. Just to remember what Cytiva is, in the current context, Covishield, we all have been hearing day in, day out. Covaxin, again, a wonder vaccine that we all hear. Sputnik, Virifin. So just to give you a context, we are present in all these vaccines, and not just this, but another 6 or 7 that are coming into the market. We are a leading contributor to development of the vaccine. So that's the context, and a quick introduction about what Cytiva is and what's our legacy is. Coming to today's topic of biopharma resilience. So just wanted to give you a quick introduction about what Biopharma Resilience Index is, why did we do it, and how did we do it, and who are the people who have done it. Biopharma Resilience Index is nothing but just a measurement of proficiency or efficiency of pharma and biopharma industries across 5 parameters that we have picked up, measured across 20 countries, 20 top countries. We have done the research with about 1,165 respondents all across. So that's the context, biopharma context. And why did we do it? We just wanted to understand the current challenges and the opportunities that each country is facing in developing and manufacturing and supplying biotherapeutics. That was the reason why we have done this Biopharma Resilience Index. And we wanted to get deeper into it by understanding the response from almost 1165 respondents who have been picked up from 20 different countries, and it varied from pharma, biopharma, healthcare professionals, government officials, and also policy makers. And we have done this based on an index of from a 0 to 10 on a resilience factor of 5 key areas, which are nothing but your supply chain, talent pool, R&D ecosystem, manufacturing agility, government policy and regulation. And we have partnered with the Financial Times, an institute of a Financial Times longitude, and we have done this matrix just to understand the key challenges and opportunities that are available for a country in the biopharma space. Now, if you have to look at who are the respondents are, we have picked up people all across. When you actually look at the majority of them, fall into these three categories. We have looked at the revenue of the organization, which is varying from a $5 billion to less than $50 million. We have picked up people from a revenue. We have picked up people from the expertise standpoint, from the biopharma, from a mixed biopharma, traditional pharma, healthcare, and policymakers. And also from a seniority standpoint, we also looked at people who are, at what seniority level. So if you see, this is an index that has been developed looking at 3 or 4 parameters, went deep into it, had about 1100 people around 20 countries and developed this matrix. And if you have to look at the key names from the CXO category, one of the very prominent names from India is, we were fortunate enough to have the meeting with Dr. Kiran Majumdar-Shah, and Madam has given her inputs around this Biopharma Resilient Index from India standpoint, and also from the global standpoint. This is where we have picked up the people, and you see some very, very prominent names ranging from Amgen, Genentech, Roche, Wuxi, Samsung, Biocon, and some of the industry associations as well as the universities. So if you look at the pool of the people, it is not towards one sector or other sector. It is a mix of people and ranging from all categories. And these are the 6 critical areas that we've tried to look at. The first one is on supply chain resilience. Keeping in view the current pandemic, this became all the more important for us to look at the supply chain, how this is impacting each and every country. And we wanted to measure the index. The next thing was on the talent pool. When we get into the biopharma, when we are looking at biopharma and next gen therapies, do we have the enough talent pool? The third one is an R&D ecosystem. It is not biosimilars.
Raghavendra, I'm sorry, I have to interrupt you. Your screen, your PPT is not shared, so we can't see it.
One second, I've shared the PPT. Just give me a second.
Sure.
Can you see the screen? Sorry, can you see the screen now?
We can see the screen. The PPT needs to come on.
Okay. Just let me know once the PPT comes up.
I will.
Yeah, thanks.
It hasn't come on yet.
Okay.
We can see your inbox currently. If you can go to the PPT, you need to just toggle the PPT, which is try and do Alt Tab.
1 second.
Or if you can minimize this screen.
Yeah, 1 second. 1 second. Yeah. I'll start sharing, share video.
Yes, now you need to go into slideshow mode.
Yes, I've done that.
Are you in slideshow mode?
Yep.
Just check at the bottom, there is a slideshow. Yes, there you are.
Okay. I will not start again from the first, but I'll just go back to this slide, which actually talks about the history of Cytiva, a proven past, which has started about 1733, and we've been recently acquired by Danaher. Before 2020, April 2020, we were called as a GE Healthcare Life Sciences. And before that, it was Amisham Pharmacia Biotech. From 2006 till 2020, we were a part of GE Healthcare Life Sciences. And now we are called as a Cytiva. So, just to give you a glimpse, we are around every biologics that gets discovered or manufactured in India. Traditional vaccines, new therapeutics, novel cell and gene therapies. And our routine job is to ensure that there is an efficiency in research, manufacturing workflows, and also deliver a transformative medicine to the patients. And our mission for Cytiva is how do we advance and accelerate therapeutics. Just to give you a good example of where we are today, all the vaccines that you see, Covishield, Covaxin, Sputnik, Virafin, we are a part of that. And, there are another 6 or 7 that's getting developed. We are a part of that, all the vaccines that are going to come out. So this is on the Biopharma Resilient Index, what, why, who, and why did we do this? As I've explained just a couple of minutes ago, this is just to ensure that we understand the efficiency of pharma and biopharma industries across 5 areas, which is nothing but your supply chain, talent pool, R&D ecosystems, manufacturing agility, and around the government policy and regulations. We have done this, we have compared this index across 20 countries. We have picked up almost like 1,100 respondents from various sectors, pharma, biopharma, policymakers, government associates, and this index ranges from 0 to 10. The purpose of doing this is just to understand the challenges and the opportunities that each country is facing in developing, manufacturing, and supplying the biotherapeutics. That was the whole idea of developing this index. And we have partnered with an institute or a company from the Financial Times, Longitude, and we have done this survey all across. So this is a gist of biopharma, what biopharma resilient index is, and why, and where, how did we develop this? And we have picked up the respondents from various avenues, right, ranging from there are about 3 or 4 segments that we have picked up. Revenue ranging anywhere between $5 billion till less than $50 million, so that we have an equal representation of the sample. Based on the expertise, biopharma, traditional pharma, healthcare professionals, and also the policymakers. From a seniority, we have picked up, we've looked at the, right from the bench till the CXO levels. And if you see a couple of big names that you see from the industry, from India, we've been very fortunate to have Dr. Kiran Madhundar Shaw give her valuable insights into the resilient index that we have developed. Apart from Dr. Kiran, we also had some leading names from the industry. We had people from Amgen, Roche, Genentech, Samsung, and also from the universities and also the the association. So this is how we came up with this resilient index, and it revolved around these 5 parameters. One is on the supply chain, talent pool, R&D ecosystem, manufacturing agility, and the government policies and regulations. So if you look at all these 5 have extremely strong relevance in the current scenario. And also these are the 5 pillars that are going to shape up the industry for any country. So if you look at these pillars, these have been the anchors of any organization or anchors of any country to move forward and develop the policies around it. So if you look at when we map those resilient index, we have picked up about 20 countries, and I'm not going to go across the globe. I will just pick up from an Asia. If you look at from in Asia, these are the top 8 countries, and India stands at about 14th in the representation. Globally and in Asia, we are 6th in number. Dominant player has been Korea, which has met most of the parameters. So this is a quick glimpse of Biopharma Resilient Index. And if you look at the overall, China seems to be, in out of 4 or 5 parameters, they've been on the top for a couple of parameters, and India also has some similar numbers. So what I'll do, I'll just go dig deep into these resilient factors or the areas, and then maybe we can see how India is India is responding to this. So if you look at the first, which is on the top of the list, is the government policies. On an average around 10 index in 20 countries, the average has been 6.9. Highest pillar, most of the respondents have said that in the current time there has been an extremely favorable environment from the government in terms of funding, moving the risk of investments and owning the risk by the government, and also accelerating the regulatory process, and that has been the response all across. If you come to India, we are at about 6.8 as India, and during the pandemic we have seen some phenomenal response from the government, whether it is funding, regulatory approvals, compressing the moving of a molecule from a lab to market. This is something was phenomenal, and we have seen a vaccine coming out in 9 months, which is a clear indication of the government support in this phase of the pandemic. So we stand 13th overall, but I think from a Asia standpoint, it was a very good parameter to measure on. But one thing which most of the countries, and which was a surprise to most of us, was the key concerns from the industrial industry was the ability of government to protect the IP was one of the biggest concern that most of the industries and the people have responded. Moving to the next one, this is on the talent pool, and this was again a big surprise for us. This is one of the weakest. If you look at the 5 or 6, the 5 parameters, this is one of the weakest, not just in one country, but all across. What we have found is, talent pool in this niche area is something that everybody is worried about. And the biggest reason is, this is a very niche skill, very difficult to get the talent, especially cutting edge technology, and this industry being very niche, it is very difficult to get right talent. And even if we get and train, talent retention has been one of the biggest factors that the industrialists and the respondents have felt. In India, again, extremely poor in comparison to most of the people. It stands at 6.15. And we all know the reason, and it's very difficult to find a good talent for an R&D and manufacturing. So just to keeping this in the context, what Cytiva as an organization, what we have done is, as most of the leaders on the call know, we have an R&D center in Bangalore, and we also have a training center which is called as a Fast Track in Bangalore. So recently in the BioAsia, we have announced a partnership with Telangana government to develop a training center which will be housed in Genome Valley, and the formalities have already been done, and we will be enabling or accelerating the key parameter, which is nothing but talent building or talent development or skill enhancement in the biopharma industry. And that is one of the responsibilities Cytiva has taken up, and we are working towards it, and to develop a finishing school so that they will be industry ready and they can directly be absorbed into the industry. Coming to the third pillar, which is nothing but an R&D ecosystem, a very positive sentiment, though it reflects 6.54 on an average. This is one of the good indications, and there was a very, very positive sentiment among all the interviewers that we have done. People feel that the ecosystem is extremely good for R&D. Collaboration is what they feel is a key crux for innovation, and they have highlighted a lot of examples where a collaboration of an R&D with either an industry or a cross-company collaboration or a cross-functional collaboration, whether it could be government, private, or a PPE model, has found to be accelerating the development of the new molecules or enhancing the speed of the development of the molecule. This is something that we look forward, and in India this performs extremely well, and especially with the recent collaborations that we have seen, and we know the recent development that we see from a Covaxin standpoint. The collaboration that we see between the governments and the private is phenomenal, and the kind of investments government is making, through Department of Biotechnology, BIRAC, and various funding bodies. The idea is, how do we ensure that we have the innovation, we have the cutting edge technology, ideas getting developed into a products and then getting into the manufacturing. So, and as an industry, what we are looking forward is, how do we ensure that there is collaborators? And, we as Cytiva, we have been helping a lot of these collaborations. We've been linking a lot of partners. We have associations with various IIT Center for Excellence in ensuring that there is this good development of molecules, and then there is this translation of the molecules into the technology transfer into the industry. That's what we as a Cytivians are playing a very important role. And now coming to the fourth pillar, which is nothing but a manufacturing agility. And this is again, if you see the global score is about 6.3, and from a India standpoint, this also was extremely good, and we were like pleasantly surprised looking at the index 6.57, which is higher than the global average. I think the best thing is because we've been able to have a lot of manufacturing facilities, and we all know, outside Asia, India has the largest number of FDA approved pharma plants, and that's getting extrapolated into the biopharma as well. And the key, very interesting thing that what we have observed is, except the skill barrier, which I've spoken earlier on the talent piece, other than that, the biggest factor what the industrialists or the respondents felt was the adoption of the digital technologies, moving along with the digital era or bringing in the AI and ML tools into the manufacturing, which actually will enable, a standardization of the processes and makes it extremely simple, so that the speed for the molecule or the manufacturing can go up. So overall, I think India stands clearly out on this parameter, and we are very happy that we are one of the contributors of the in enhancing the manufacturing agility in India. And last but not the least, the supply chain resilience. We have seen this as one of the key barrier or a hindrance in the COVID. If you look at all the data points which are suggesting towards decentralizing the global supply and having the local manufacturing, and that's what we have found all across the various parameters. What we have seen is, every country would want to have their own manufacturing of the raw materials or supply of the critical raw materials, and this is a big factor that we have seen, where the global supply chain has to be extremely cost effective to bring in the economies of the scale, but at the same time de-risk on the dependency of multiple countries or multiple factors. So this is something that, as a country, we need to work on. How do we develop a local solutions or the local raw material and bring in this efficiency in the supply chain, so that we bring in that speed and efficiency into the market. So these were the 5 parameters that we have done extensive research and found it. Just to consolidate and bring in the view from India, like I've mentioned in every pillar, this is a consolidated view of all the 5 pillars for India. We have spoken about that. Quite poor on the talent pillar, while we are working extremely, we are working with all the Center for Excellence. We are doing a lot of programs around developing the talent across the country. But at the same time, we would need support from the industries. We would need support from the government. The step towards that was a collaboration, or the innovation center that we have developed in Bangalore, and also the collaboration that we are doing with Telangana government. We'll be more than happy to get associated all across, and our mandate is, can we have 4 training centers all across the country, so that we can be a partner in developing the talent pool for the country. The second big challenge is an R&D, like we've discussed, and the most important thing that came out very strongly was when people wanted to do a technology transfer, the biggest concern or the performance was on the ability to to control the IP. The risks around the IP sharing was one of the biggest concerns. On this note, I would also give you a quick glimpse on what Cytiva is doing. As you must have seen in the news, we have already invested we are investing about 500 million to ramp up the production at various locations all across the globe. We are also talking in Asia, and we will also do something in India if a right partner is available, just to ensure that the raw material concerns or the critical few that are needed for the vaccine manufacturing do not form the bottleneck, and ensure that we have that we meet the target that the government has set up of 2.2 billion doses by the end of the year. We wanted to support wherever we can and be a partner. So that's it from my side, and a quick innovation map. As you can see, there are more than 50 centers all across the globe. In India, coming to very specific to in India, we have 2 centers currently in Bangalore. We have one of the state-of-art global R&D center, out of Jackwell Center, where we have almost like 150 scientists partnering with the global innovation centers and developing the products for country and across the globe. And we also have our fast track center, which is a training and the process development lab. That would be an extension of that will come up in Hyderabad in collaboration with Telangana government and in Genome Valley. This is a quick innovation map what we have, and on this note I will sign off and will be open for any questions that comes up on the resilience index that we have developed.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Raghavendra Gaud Vagu on his presentation of the Biopharma Resilience Index. Raghavendra, we do not have any questions for you at this point in time. If there are any, we will send them offline so that you can answer them and we can send them to the respective individuals. Thank you so much for your time, and we wish you and Cytiva the very best going forward. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the next session, which is a fireside chat titled Biosimilars, Global Regulatory Perspective, Strategies and Challenges. And I'd first like to welcome and introduce the members of this fireside chat. Suma Ray, Senior Vice President, Intas Pharmaceuticals Limited. Sadiq Basha, Associate Vice President, Regulatory Science, Biopharma Limited. Dakshesh Mehta, AVP and Head Process Development, Wockhardt Research Center. This fireside chat will be moderated by Dr. Uday Kumar Rakive, founder, Pharma Mantra. Do stay tuned in, ladies and gentlemen. We will be back on the other side soon.
Hello, good afternoon. So it's our pleasure, me and the panel members, the esteemed panel members here. I welcome the panel members, and we thank the organizers for creating such a good discussion topic for us, which we say is biosimilars regulatory perspective. And we have the experts with us, Sadiq Basha from Biocon, Dr. Dakshish from Wockhardt, and Suma coming in from Intas. So just to set up the tone for this particular discussion, I would just like to say a few points as a background that we all entered into a pandemic situation unprepared, and that's a learning. I think learning in disguise for all of us. Probably the disruption was not planned, it was not thought, and we got the issues coming up somewhere in from Wuhan in 2019. We had our own shutdowns, which is coming up in March of 2020. After that, we saw no vaccine, no treatment for this particular situation of COVID-19. Now we are in 2021. We have vaccines in place. We have some treatment which is being given to the patients who are there admitted, and we see a lot of news in media. So it's the hot topic for last 14 months. On this particular background, biosimilars is also playing its role, including the other vaccines and the small molecules. And there is a possibility of monoclonal antibodies and some other biosimilar products which can be really helpful in this particular pandemic. So we are going to focus and we are going to discuss on the regulatory part on the approval for a biosimilar. We are going to understand the challenges which are there in basically the manufacturing, the regulatory filing, and we will listen to Dr. Suma on plasma, the conventional therapy, which is something which is very frequently used and which has been in there for discussion for a long time. So we have the experts on these particular topics today. So to start the topic with, I'd like to start with the research part. So over to Dr. Dakshesh. Dr. Dakshesh, how and what you feel is the biosimilar product different from normal generic product? What are those aspects which differentiate, and what are the challenges, and how to take it forward into development and giving a standardized process and a method? Dr. Dakshish, please.
Thank you, Dr. Rakibe. Yes, the first question what you ask is about how different is biologicals from a generic. So generic, as we know, are a very small molecule, maybe with molecular masses in hundreds of a Dalton. But when we talk about biologicals, it starts from thousands of kDs. So the simplest molecule one would think of insulin. What somebody's means it's much more popular, which is about 6,000 kD, 6,000 Dalton, and you have monoclonal antibodies which are about 150 kilodalton. So it is the size, and the biologicals are normally a natural, a kind of or naturally derived, or derived from the natural protein substances or so. So that is how it differs. That's a major difference, as in structure wise and chemistry wise. There are differences in regulatory. I believe Shadik would be able to take that questions and explain us far more better, get more insight on that. From the process side, since the question was how the biosimilar development begins, and what is process development, method development, and then leading to the filing. So I will go more deeper into that. Okay. For a biosimilar process, the first step is to understand the what is the innovator molecule. So it is not just about the structure, but also about the function. So it would normally starts with getting the innovator molecule, analyze it, and then parallelly you develop methods for analysis far more before then you have a process development. So at the same time, you start a process development starting from understanding the primary structure, primary amino acid sequences, design the DNA, which could code for that, decide about the host strain you would like to, use for production, and then generate a clone, which could give you either a precursor or a final product, what you desire. And then the process development begins. The standard process development has a two component. A drug substance has a upstream part and a downstream part. Upstream part is a fermentation where the cells are grown and where the product is made in the fermenter, and then the downstream, which is a purification of a proteins, and then which leads to a drug substance. At every stage, during a process development, we utilize the knowledge what we had gained from the analytical side and try to see how similar our product is becoming, because the ultimate goal is to have the similar product, biosimilar product. So that is what is the final purpose of a drug substance development. When you do a scale up also, the same process repeats. You do a process fine tuning, and when you do the scale up to accommodate the change in the scale and the equipment and all, and the products what you get also undergoes the characterization of the molecule to see how how possibly we are with the innovator, not just from a structural perspective but also from a functional perspective. And now for the filing part, there are different filing. So you go with the national filing or international filing. With the recent efforts with the WHO, most of the filing or the nomenclature has become standardized for biologicals. biosimilar. The process has also become very standardized, and most of the countries has adopted WHO. ROW countries has adapted WHO convention and the process, not only for filing but also a post approval changes also. Is there anything else you want?
I think very quickly you can touch upon something which is important. As you said, a big molecule and a small molecule differentiation. You gave some terminologies which are different by keeping end in the mind that the product. Then you'll think about the precursor, and then you develop the method, and then you go to the process. It's very interesting. You go in this manner, and that's very important. That's the it's not the way small molecules are developed. So thank you for that input. One question before we go to the expert on regulatory: do you think that developing a product as a biosimilar and the switchability, is it an easy way that a biosimilar will be acceptable and switchable? I know Sadiq would like to take the question.
It's a $1 million. Yeah, sure. It's $1 million question because for a development of a biologics, you require a few $1 million, or hundreds of $1 million, because one difference as in regulatory from a small molecule and a large molecule so far has been that small molecule you do a small BAB and you can apply for a registration and product. But in a biological, one has to do, other than analytical similarity, non-clinical studies on animals, and most importantly, maybe a clinical studies on subjects, healthy or patient, and immunogenicity. That is what the regulators are worried about. So so one has to do a clinical studies, and hence the cost of a development is millions, but the sales one could expect is in billions. So it's a win-win situation.
Thank you. We'll come back again, Dakshish, for further. We go to Sadiq. Sadiq, how you differentiate between a biosimilar file and generic small molecule file? What you feel those are the challenges, and what you feel the nuances of a biosimilar file? So can throw some light on that particular part? Also try to give us some sense on the process part, the upstream, the downstream, the purification, and that particular characterization, which is very important in a biosimilar product. So from the regulatory perspective, would you like to give some sense on the safety and non-clinical part as well, the tox studies? Thank you.
Sure, Dr. Uday. Thanks for your questions. As briefed by Dr. Dakshish in his preamble with respect to the biosimilar in terms of the nature of the molecule from the molecular weight perspective, before I get into the process development or the biosimilar product development, how it occurs, let me just briefly touch base further on the differences between what we call the standard generics and the biosimilars. As the molecular weight comparison being done, generally biosimilars are produced from the living cells, and it needs a specialized manufacturing process, and then it is very sensitive to storage and handling, and it is immunogenic, and it has a complex comparability exercise. The word I said here, comparability exercise, is because we need to confirm that the product or the biosimilar product, whichever you develop, it is highly similar to that of the already licensed biological product. And then the biosimilarity has to be confirmed. There are two ways to look into it. One is from the technical side, to have a thorough characterization of the reference medicine, followed by the molecular profile comparison. We need to match the molecular profile of the biosimilar product with that of the reference drug. When I say about molecular profile comparison, it is both on the structure, function, as well as on the biological activity. The complex activity comes when we have to compare the similarity of the molecular profile comparison with the biological activity. Here comes a very difficult task. It's a daunting task in terms of companies. A lot of industries, so many industries face a kind of challenge in terms of establishing the similarity through matching the molecular profile and also the biological activity. Then the next part, what I said from the development side, is the confirming on the biosimilarity. It may have the different stages from preclinical, phase 1 and the phase 3 studies to demonstrate the PK/PD equivalence, and then confirm the efficacy, safety, support the extrapolation to non-studied indications. Any indication you want to add, then we have to add that extrapolation study. And then you also need to demonstrate that there is no risk of immunogenicity, increased risk of immunogenicity, that required immunogenicity level is proved when compared to the reference product. Then only your biosimilar product is found to be adequate. It needs different stages, as I say. First is physicochemical characterization, next biological characterization, then followed by the non-clinical studies, then clinical studies, safety, efficacy trials. So when you establish the physicochemical characterization, you are there itself, you are proving that your drug product attributes are similar to that of the biological medicine, established biological medicine. During the biological characterizations, you are doing in vivo studies, in vitro specific activity studies equivalent to that particular molecular framework, what you intend to compare to your biological reference medicines. So going back to the next question, whatever you just raised with respect to the differences. See, comparison between small molecules and biologics approval is totally different. See, if you go with US FDA, the approval pathway for the generic applications governs with the for a generic drug, we need to prove that bioequivalence, no safety efficacy data is required for proving the generic drug application when we file an ANDA, that is abbreviated new drug application. On the other hand, when you go for biologics, biosimilars applicants, it's a biological license applications already filed and you are submitting a biosimilar application. We need to demonstrate the absence of any differences between the clinical similar. It should be clinically similar. It should be highly similar to that of the already established biological license application in terms of its safety, efficacy. Then only you can able to show that your product meets your file or the regulatory file, whatever you want to submit to US FDA or any other regulatory body meets the requirement. So from the product development per se, if you want to even understand the start of the activity goes from identifying the right gene sequence, for example. Then you want to identify what is the different vector being used, then transferring into the host cell, the different expression mode, the cell expansion, the different cell line, all those characteristics like related to cloning, protein expression, and the production characteristics of the particular thing forms the basic framework for the development of any biosimilar product. Then goes on the protein purification and then formulation. The protein, whatever you have identified, and it goes through a recovery process. There are different operating conditions in the manufacturing setup. Then we need to identify the protein purification through analytical chromatographic techniques, and then the purified material goes for a characterization stability studies. Here we need to prove how the established biosimilar molecule differs. Is found to be similar from the characterization study, and also the stability of the stability of the bulk to be proved. Then it goes from the formulation, wherein different excipients being added. This is all the complexity of the biosimilar development and also from the approval process per se. Hope I answered your questions.
Thank you, Sadiq. So before we go forward, do you think that this is quite challenging and it's basically a science which has to become an art over a period of time? Because we talk about so many complexities, so many differentiations which come up. So would you like to say that this particular challenges which look like as on date shall become so simple and so clear that it becomes art and people will appreciate this science, biotechnology, biosimilar products?
Absolutely. See, it all depends on the way how your development process being initiated. When we go for a regulatory body wherein we are going to submit a biosimilar application, it is very important that art and science involved in the right development of the right biosimilar product is linked to your comparator product throughout the development, including all the human studies. So structure functional comparability studies along with the European or US reference product need to be compared. Means then you need to generate a well executed CMC package. That means chemistry, manufacturing, and control of the particular biosimilar development is very important. So when you are sure that your art and science of development is linked to get a very well executed CMC package, then you get the physicochemical characterization, biological characterization proved between the biosimilar test product and the reference product. Then approval will not be a problem. So agency approvals will go easy when you have done the groundwork very clear in terms of the development per se, and also doing the characterization studies to show your product, test product being biosimilar to the reference product.
So in this case, it will be less of a chemistry and more of microbiology, more of the other test which comes into place, right? So it will be chemistry and microbiology, manufacturing and controls, because that's where the new techniques will come in, right?
Exactly. I can say physicochemical characterization is the base. Once that is established, then you go for the biological characterization. The biological characterization is where the challenging task comes for any industries. So once you are good to go with physicochemical and biological characterization, then goes the non-clinical and PK/PD studies. So it goes step by step. When each and every step there is a task and different milestone to be achieved. When you show that your biosimilar product is similar to the reference product in terms of totality of evidence, that is a terminology being used in the industry standards or with the regulatory bodies. The totality of evidence means it has different components, like analytical characterization is one thing, non-clinical studies is second, then the comparative clinical pharmacology and the comparative clinical studies. So all these four combined towards a standard terminology called totality of evidence. When you show your test product is having the totality of evidence in line with your approved biological product, then you are good to go for making an application and getting an approval. So if you want to take some few examples, way back even from the year 2000 and 2003 and then 2006, the preclinical regulatory pathway has started established, gone established with the European Regulatory Authority, followed by the US Regulatory Authority. Different products got approved by the even from India, long back from the time from the insulin style, and even if you can say the most sold biosimilar product, filgrastim, I can say filgrastim is a drug which is used for the neutropenia. These kind of drugs are even approved in even India. Then comes all these anti-cancer drugs, bevacizumab, trastuzumab, all these kind of drugs got very biosimilars got a very good recognition since the industry have met the standards that is to be fulfilled in terms of the regulatory requirements and also the product development requirements from the different regulatory bodies.
So last 2 decades were setting the trends, and then I think coming the decade is going to be giving a lot of products to the market. Thank you, Sadiq. There are questions coming up, Dr. Mehta, Sadiq. We'll come back to them. Before that, we go to Suma. Suma, you have been an expert in the field of plasma, and there is a lot of discussion, use of the plasma therapy, convalescent plasma therapy in COVID SARS-2 cases. So something which is very interesting, lot of discussions, lot of guidelines, and a lot of discussions technical. So we would like to understand from you few things which you'd like to say from regulatory perspective and how this is an important aspect into the treatment part today. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I think all of you know that convalescent plasma therapy has been in the in the vicinity of one of the treatment regimes of off-label use in COVID-19 cases, and from the beginning there has been a lot of controversy with regards to plasma therapy. Some people are of the opinion that this is helping, and others are that it is of no use. Now, if we take a step backwards, then we see that plasma therapy is nothing new. We started off ever since the Spanish flu in 1918, where convalescent plasma therapy was used. Then with SARS in 2003, MERS in 2008, Ebola 2013. Every time convalescent plasma therapy has been used. So it is not a suddenly some new innovation. It's not like that. Okay, and so obviously, for obvious reasons, in SARS-CoV-2 also, convalescent plasma therapy has been suggested. So, and it's from India, we have a lot of guidelines with regards to from Ministry of Health, from ICMR, from AIMS, and also from like international arenas. The US FDA had come up with the emergency use of plasma therapy in August 2020. followed by EMA, and the most importantly, we have this Infectious Disease Society of America bringing out their guidelines in April 2021, where they all, prescribe this as one of the modes of therapy. Okay, but having said that, what is the reason for this controversy? The reason for this controversy and the experts coming up with the this verdict that it is not suitable. The reason is it is being used very irrationally, indiscriminately, as for example with remdesivir also. So everywhere, in every guideline, in every advisory, it is written that the convalescent plasma should be, number one, very high titer. Number two, it should be given very early in the infection. Number three, whether it is from mild to moderate, it helps high-risk patients, with some like immunocompromised or having some other issues, some comorbidities. But the bottom line is it should be given early in the infection and it should be of high titer. The reason why we have so many confusing results from the ICMR studies is because there is no harmonized approach, because it is a donor to recipient, single individuals are involved. This is the reason for the not so successful fate of the plasma therapy. Now we have some established literature also in peer-reviewed journal. One came out in the NEJM in 2021. The one from India itself, from Max Hospital in the blood cells and molecular disease. And there have been some meta-analysis also, which all of them have shown that in different aspects of the disease, plasma therapy has helped a lot. And in spite of the fact that now plasma therapy has been removed as an off-label mode of therapy, there have been clinicians who are still very vocal about the use, and they said that we will use it in Delhi, in Maharashtra, in Madhya Pradesh. They've said, and it depends on the patient, discretion of the treating physician. Right. So having said that, I will say that plasma therapy still has its pitfalls, because it is an individual therapy from a donor to a recipient. Then you will have to, people are rushing for the donor, right? You have to match the blood groups. You have to ensure that the person meets all the criteria for plasma donation. Then, one donor may have less antibodies, another donor may have higher quantity of antibodies. So these are the reasons for variation. And then many a times we've found that there are low titer of antibodies, which is why it is not able to give that passive immunity to the patient. Then with this comes a lot of adverse effects like, transfusion related lung injury, thrombosis, and most importantly, the transmission of transfusion transmitted viruses. Okay, even if they are testing it, there could be possibilities. So, and then again, plasma cold chain. In a country like India, plasma cold chain becomes a very critical affair because you need -30, otherwise you need to use it within 24 hours. Which is why I would suggest, or we would suggest as a company also, the use of hyperimmunoglobulin, which is made from convalescent plasma, but definitely more refined, more purified, and has a lot of advantages. Now, again, you would see that hyperimmunes are also not, another innovation science or something. We have hyperimmunes on Hep B, against Hep B, rabies, then, tetanus, varicella zoster virus, vaccine. Yeah, lot of hyperimmunes are already available in the market. So similarly, the COVID hyperimmunoglobulin is also a very, I would think, is a much more potent therapy to provide passive immunization, both prophylactically as well as therapeutically to the patient. Why? Because number one, it is made from a pool of plasma donors, pool of convalescent. So you have a pool where mixture of high and low titer happens, and you can uniformly come to a specific titer before you go into purify the product. Product purification is same as in biosimilars, a similar downstream purification process, and then you get a product which is uniform in titer. You have a high titer. You don't have this fear of getting any transfusion transmitted viruses, because these plasma units are screened, they are tested, and only the negative units goes into. And then also, you would have it incorporated in the process like any monoclonal antibody, the virus inactivation steps. So you know that even if there are any unknown or unpredictable viruses in your plasma pool, they are taken care of by the designated steps. So these are there, and then you don't need to look for donors, because in a plasma hyperimmune therapy, it's a plasma, so you don't really need to match the blood group. So you don't need to rush after the donor. So that is not there. Adverse reactions are very rare, and the biggest part is it's very easy to handle. In a country like India, it is easier to transport it to any rural area. All you need is a refrigerator, 2 to 8 degrees storage. So that is where we come from, and we prescribe that convalescent plasma, if it is used as is recommended by the different advisory committees, then it can have its effect, which is very difficult to monitor in a country like India, where the hyperimmune can be a better choice.
Thank you, Dr. Suma. I think you're a very strong proponent of plasma. The way conviction was there in your talk, and then the way you said the pros and cons, and you yourself have very nicely narrated how it can be used as a therapy in the onset, and should be used, because that's an advantage in a huge country like us. And definitely this can arrest the spread, the super spreaders and other things when they reach to the early part. So I think thank you so much, and this gives more clarity. And today I was listening to you, and I was getting probably more information that how this can be used, plasma as a therapy. And I think it's a really good thought, though there are controversies on this particular topic. But if you look at, there is possibility, and that's why few doctors and few physicians shall use this, and there will be donors available, and we need to make use of this particular plasma, which is going to be very important and effective in arresting and reducing the numbers. Thank you so much, Dr. Suma. So I think we could touch upon the today in biosimilar regulatory part, the biotech biosimilar process part, and we touched even vaccine, biosimilar, some thoughts on the small molecules, and now plasma. So we have gone through the different therapies, where there is a big batches made in small molecules, generic, then the batches made out of biotech, upstream, downstream, still working on that, and plasma. So we have discussed three different type of processes with three different type of therapies which are available to the patients. A very, very thought-provoking discussion. Thank you so much to all three of you. There are a few questions quickly. I think we will be short of time, and we should look at the question which has come to us. The question is how EU biosimilar framework will evolve over next year. It's by Mr. Vijay. How EU biosimilar framework will evolve over next years.
See, yeah, I can take this question, Dr. Uday. Yeah, with respect to the regulations per se, if you want to know about the EU biosimilar regulation, there are different guidelines that we need to follow as an industry to meet the criteria for establishing your test product similarity with the biological reference product. So it should be always, it is very clear that the reference product, what you intend to take it up for your comparison, should be approved by European Medicines Authority. And it is already in place that all the risk-based and scientific case-by-case studies are in practice for any industries to follow the similar efficacy and safety studies when we want to submit an application for a biosimilar. Then to the question precisely, if I want to say the evolving process, See, EU, as you know, that is a member states. I mean, the European Medicines Agency is the authority, and we have different member states. Because, for example, 28 member states are there, and then from all the individual countries, if you want to get an approval for a product, biosimilar product, that the challenging task with respect to the individual country specific approval, when we go, there is a question on interchangeability. So the interchangeability of the product is left to the different states, to the member states who are part of the European Union. So moving forward, we are looking forward for a kind of a harmonized structure, a kind of framework coming up from the EMA, wherein they are giving a governance in terms of getting the product development to approval, a kind of process, followed by, in order to prove an interchangeability across the member states in Europe, the criteria should be followed. If the criteria is met, a kind of interchangeability can be done. So that is the way industry practice currently we are looking forward from the European Medicines Agency, and a kind of legal framework is expected to be released from the different authorities from the European member agencies.
And they're trying to be more similar. They're learning from each other. That's a good advantage today, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, Dr. Dakshesh, you're trying to say something, please.
No, just what Sadiq said. Yes, the question, the answer for that question was yes. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Would you like to look at the second question? It's on the patent. So the someone says that patent could have been included as one of the party. Answer is yes. You can take some.
Yes, answer is always yes.
Point on the process
and
other things.
The process. So for a biosimilar, it is not just about the product, not just about the formulation, as also about the device. And just 2 days back, there is a news, which is a big news about Sandoz losing a patent battle with Amgen for one of the molecule, etanercept, where, to give a background, the etanercept has been introduced in 1998. So now it is more than 20 years. Sandoz developed its biosimilar and has been approved by the FDA in, I think, 2016. But so far they have not got the marketing approval because they could not launch it. Just 2 days back, so they had gone to the litigation. Just 2 days back, the Supreme Court, with the 0-3, Sandoz lost it. What they say is that the patents are applicable till 2029. So 8 more years would be still there. So one could see that Amgen has, because of that patent, has extended from 20 years to 30 years or 31 years. Of course, this Sandoz biosimilar and other biosimilar of etanercept are approved and being marketed in Europe, but not in US. So yes, patent plays a major role. And as Sadiq also mentioned about the switchability and other stuff, that it is a national committee who decides. So every country has their own rules and regulations for the same.
Thank you. I think it gives a very good perspective with example where we can understand the pain point on the development, and the product is in place but cannot go the patient. So that's definitely something important. So patent plays a role. Agreed, no doubt. There's a question: do biosimilar work in the same way as their biological reference product? I think this is the question which Sadiq and you gave some clarity that similarity and other things which you're trying to say, you have to demonstrate immunogenicity and you have to have the clinical part and the safety and efficacy part. So already this question was done, but I think still you can give some two-liners, please.
Yeah, exactly, Dr. Uday. Thank you. So as I said earlier, the biosimilar development is taken up to consideration to develop the highly similar product and also to confirm the biosimilarity. To meet both the concepts of a biosimilarity development, a kind of a demonstration of biosimilarity to the reference product is a mandatory requirement. This is called by the terminology of totality of evidence, as I said earlier. So any biosimilar product is found to be similar to that of a biological reference product in terms of totality of evidence proven from the physicochemical characterization, biological characterization, preclinical, non-clinical studies like including animal PK/PD studies, in tox studies, etc., and the clinical pharmacology studies, human PK/PD studies, followed by any comparative clinical studies. So all those things form the complete framework, right from the structure, function, biological function, non-clinical function, and the human PK/PD function. These all things should be similar to that of a reference product. Then only your biosimilar product is found to be meeting the regulatory requirements.
Thank you. I think there's something which was important, which you have given inputs. Yeah. Dakshish, you wanted to say something on this more?
No, just one more additional is, as in when, a leaflet along with the, drug, you have a leaflet. So what I, seen that the leaflet for a biosimilar contains the clinical data of an innovator. That also, just adds on to that, a regulator accepts that it would be, similar, it would behave similarly as the innovator.
There is a question again, as you said, $1 million, that which comes up probably is the only last question. Do we see biosimilar replacing original drugs when they lose patents?
Yes, it has been happening.
Is it going to be cost effective? Is it going to be? Is it going to be cost effective? Will it reach masses?
It is going to be. If I have to just give one perspective, that WHO has approved one, pre-qualified one of the biosimilar molecule for the rest of the world, and the cost of that is about 65% lower than the innovator. So, that just gives an idea. And we all know, from our experience in India also, when a different biosimilar has been launched, the prices has come down. As soon as, the more people, the more, parties enters into competition, it erodes the value there.
So that will become the market. So biotechnology has a bright market, what you want to say, right, Dakshish?
Yes, correct.
Biosimilars will be a big market.
So just just a discussion before we, our discussion, there was, I think, Dr. Sanjeev Gupta from Intas presented some numbers, and what he told that he cited a numbers like right now, say for biosimilar, the current market is only $5 billion, but in next 5 to 8 years, it is going to be $250 billion. So when Dr. Sanjeev Gupta had cited quite a nice statistics there, so I can just repeat that.
And that's going to be the opportunity in the coming decade, right, Dr. Suma? Would you second that thought? As a parting thought, Dr. Suma?
Yes, definitely. Biosimilars will take up the take up the place. But again, having said that, we will see, as Dr. Dakshish has said, that the prices have to come down in a country like India or any other similar third world countries. That unless it becomes affordable to the mass, it will become very difficult to make it as a therapy. And as you have given me the opportunity to say, so I will take this advantage to say that, if you compare like the recombinant factor VIII with the plasma factor VIII, plasma derived factor VIII, recombinant factor VIII is slowly becoming popular in India, but still 80% of it is plasma derived factor VIII. Why? Because of the cost. No, so because the plasma derived factor VIII is much cheaper, that is the reason. So it is only in such countries the cost effectiveness that can actually make the market. And if that purpose is served, then I don't think that there should be any reason why biologics cannot spear ahead of the original generics or pharma molecules.
Thank you, Dr. Suma. And Sadiq, the last comment from you, the last one. You think the regulatory pathway, the regulatory approvals and the patent issues and all this will be resolved on a faster pace? People will be allowed to market considering the patient need, like some patents were supposed to be waived off during this pandemic, some repurposing of the drugs and all that. Do you think in coming times, if it is really promising, the patent and all these things will have some via media? A last question, as a parting question to you.
Yes, Dr. Uday, I can share my opinion here. The way how the biosimilars are increasing its scope in terms of the approvals that we receive from the regulatory authorities, starting from the European Medicines Agency or from the US FDA. The numbers are increasing based on the need or the patient need. We can say some of the uh, disease or disorders which are to be cured with the biological medicines, that is very expensive, and we get a biosimilar medicine which is 65% or 70% cheaper than the biological medicine. So that benefit is definitely required. If you see from the initial trend from the US FDA, there are currently 29 approved biosimilars. And if we say in Europe, we have 58 biosimilars. And coming up from WHO also has approved the trastuzumab as the, another biosimilar, which is now, as explained by Dr. Dakshish, in terms of this cost per se, how much it is cheaper and it is affordable for all the developing countries. So having said that, the patent in scenario is one side. When the need for any such biological medicine which has to be taken into a biosimilar, agency considerations will be definitely there for any therapy or a benefit breakdown therapy or very designation, a specialized designation being given, like for the medicines which is meant for any orphan diseases or any breakthrough therapy events. Those things, those situations will definitely support the agency's approval to fast track the application and give the necessary approvals.
So governments, agencies, and the people have become very dominant now because they are the needy people in the COVID-19 pandemic, and they're looking for wonder drugs coming up. So if your numbers, when you totally, it will be 100 in last 25 years, biosimilars came up, and how many reached market, you know. But in coming 10 years, the numbers can cross thousands, right?
Yeah, I can say in the next 10 years, we cannot say up to the 1,000 level is very, I mean, very high to dream about. The number of molecules that getting developed, it takes more time. See, for a biological medicine, it takes 14 to 16 years for a new biological medicine. If you go for a biosimilar, it takes 7 to 9 years to get a complete process from the development and also to taking an approval. So, since the matter of time involved in terms of establishing the similarity between the biological medicine is more, we cannot expect so many biologicals coming up into the market. However, for any critical products or critical drugs that have to be overcome through different disorders or diseases which are of need, definitely agency will give a kind of necessary support to fast track the applications and give a necessary approvals. We look forward this to see this number increasing exponentially in the next few years to come.
Thank you so much, esteemed panelists, and I think I really it was my pleasure to moderate this session, to listen to your expertise, your comments, and thank you so much for Blue Tech Media to bring us and allow this discussion. Thank you so much. Ivan, over to you, please.
Thank you, Dr. Uday Kumar. I think that was a fantastic fireside chat. I think you mentioned sometime during the chat when Suma Ray was talking on biosimilars. It's a very technical subject, but the insights were very, very well put and easy to understand for all the delegates who've logged in today. So I think there are some very, very interesting takeaways. You kept it very fresh and very interesting. So on behalf of Blue Tech Media, I'd like to thank Suma Ray, Sadiq Basha, and Dakshish Mehta for taking time off from their busy schedules and joining us at this conclave. And Dr. Uday Kumar, you did a fantastic job of moderating this chat. We wish you and your respective organizations the very best going forward. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the second poll question of the day. I once again request you to click on the polling button to the right of your screen. In case you can't see the poll question, kindly click on the refresh button. I will read out the question and the options for your benefit. What do you think of India's vaccine response against the coronavirus? And we have 4 options. We have done really well so far and need to continue the efforts. We have been lagging in our manufacturing capabilities. Third, we have been lagging in our supply chain. And fourth, we should have done better in vaccine awareness. You have 4 options. Kindly choose one. You have 30 seconds, post which the results will be displayed on your screen. Happy polling. And there the results are up. Thank you for participating in this poll in very large numbers. With that, we move on to the next session titled Formulate Your Journey into the Digital Future. And it's an honor and privilege to welcome Dr. Pushkar Pense, Pharma 4.0 Consulting Lead, TUSUD. Dr. Pense, over to you.
Hi everyone. Thanks, Ivan. I'm going to share my screen. Okay, so thanks, Ivan, for the introduction. Before I begin, I'm going to start by thanking the members of the Indian pharma community for the stellar response to the COVID-19 crisis, not just in India, but globally. My name is Dr. Pushkar Pense. I represent TUSUD Digital Service from Singapore. And today I'm going to talk about formulating your journey into the digital future. Before I go into the topic, a little bit about ourselves. We at TUSUD trace our history back over 150 years to the first industrial revolution. Every industrial revolution comes up with new technologies, disruptive technologies, and these technologies comes up with certain risks. And it is in our DNA as TUSUD to help our clients manage these risks. And as the technologies has evolved over 150 years, the organization has also evolved into the large number that you can see today here on the screen. Since we are in the midst of what is called as the fourth industrial revolution or the industry 4.0, TUSUD has been at the forefront of it from the very beginning when the term was originally coined around 2012. In 2017, the Singapore government's Economic Development Board partnered with us to develop the Smart Industry Readiness Index. And this has been recently adopted by the World Economic Forum as the standard for Industry 4.0. And we have been working with WF very closely to take this globally and take to as many countries and as many companies in the world. I'll talk more about this standard later in my talk. About our Industry 4.0 footprint, our headquarters are based in Singapore. That's where I'm sitting today. And we have our experts, over 50 experts located across all major economies in the world. We have consulted over 450 companies so far across 14 industrial sectors along their digital transformation journeys. And specifically coming to pharma, we have worked with 7 out of top 10 global pharma companies on their Pharma 4.0 journey. Let's get to the topic of the day. So the next decade belongs to Indian pharma. That's what many believe. And the esteemed speakers who have spoken before me have shown this optimism. And biopharma specifically needs to play a key role in it. And to meet this aspiration of becoming a global leader in this space, the biopharma needs to achieve these 4 A's of affordability, availability, accessibility, and acceptability. So the medicines need to be affordable, not only for Indian patients, but also for other emerging and developed economies. They need to be available in the sense the companies need to be able to meet the market demand, and they should be accessible to the patient when he needs it and where he needs it. And finally, they should be acceptable in terms of quality by the regulatory agencies as well as the patients themselves. And how do you achieve these 4 A's? That is by targeting the following KPIs. For example, you need to shorten your time to market, improve your production efficiency, and inventory efficiency in order to make affordable drugs. To make them available, you need to shorten the time to deliver, increase your production flexibility. To make them accessible, you need to make sure you do the last mile delivery right and you have robust and flexible supply chains. And finally, the product quality is very important. And as we say in biopharma, product is the process or process is the product. Process quality is equally important. So how do we achieve these KPIs? And the answer lies in the title of my presentation. A Biopharma 4.0 enterprise or a digital biopharma enterprise can not only survive in this changing world, but also thrive in this changing world. So here's a picture of a model Biopharma 4.0 factory. And over the next few slides, I'm going to take you through a journey of a molecule from R&D to post-market surveillance and how a Biopharma 4 enterprise will look like. Let's start with R&D first. So Biopharma 4.0 R&D will be using mechanistic, data-driven hybrid models pervasively across their product process development, optimization, characterization, and scale-ups. So this will not only shorten the developmental times, it will also help optimize the processes better. All the data will be on the grid, from the equipment, from the instruments, from the logs, everything will be on the grid, and a biopharma company will be able to optimize its resources to reduce again time to market. Let's move to the manufacturing next. So in manufacturing, modular and continuous manufacturing will be a norm. So raw materials will be fed from one end continuously, and the final product, the finished product, will be coming out from the other end. And all this will be happening continuously, significantly lowering the cost and increasing the agility. And to be able to do that, some of the key technologies will be in play pervasively again in different parts of the manufacturing or different parts of the enterprise. For example, use of AI. Here I'm giving an example about the fill finish line. So AI will be being used for automated visual inspection. This will reduce the workforce efficiency. It will also reduce the time to delivery and make your supply chains more agile. Another very interesting example, personally from my point of view, is a digital twin. So a digital twin based on advanced models will be used in process control. That will help companies achieve consistent product quality, no matter what the variability in raw material, variability in process conditions, or the variability in environmental conditions are. Moving to the last stage of the product lifecycle, which is the post-market surveillance. So now you have your product manufactured and in the market. So the big data and analytics technologies will be used by the companies, by Biopharma 4.0 companies, to continuously analyze the patient data, sales and distribution data, to track their performance independently as well as against the competition. And this will allow them to continuously optimize their marketing and sales strategy. But the real value for Industry 4.0 lies in integration. So here I'm going to give an example of how this integration works. For example, an adverse event has happened in the and the market post-market surveillance has found out this adverse event with a particular drug. Because of the integration, they have been able to send that message across almost immediately to the manufacturing and R&D. Manufacturing, what they do is they look at the lot numbers of the product that are affected, they look at the lot numbers of the raw materials, they look at the process conditions, they use advanced analytics tools and find out that maybe it has something to do with the raw materials. It goes to R&D. R&D looks at their process characterization data and finds out a particular characteristic of a particular raw material that has an impact on the quality. The message then is immediately sent to the supply chain. When they send that message to the supplier and change the acceptance criteria of the raw material, the message is sent to the market and the affected lots of the medicine are recalled and a kappa is implemented in the manufacturing environment itself. Let's look at the manufacturing in more detail. This is my favorite part. So let's look at this bioreactor and how the data flowing from sensors installed on the bioreactor is flowing from the field to the business planning level and how it is making sure the decisions are taken faster. Let's look at the example of a predictive maintenance of a bioreactor. So an IoT sensor that is installed on the impeller of the bioreactor forecasts breakdown of the agitator. This information is transmitted to manufacturing operations management, and they automatically plan the next maintenance. Because of the maintenance, there is some adjustment that needs to be done in the production plan. This happens at the business planning and logistic level. And because of the integration, all this happens automatically. I know this is a very rosy picture, but you can understand the complexities that are involved in integrating data across these different systems. And it looks very promising. The Biopharma 4.0 is already looking very promising. The benefits are huge, but its realization is more than the technology alone, because we also need to consider the processes and people. We need to really understand our business processes well. We need to understand how they are impacting our financials and KPIs. We need to understand what technologies we have, what data we are using, how we are drawing insights from it. And finally, on the people front, we need to develop the competencies in our organization to be able to tackle this change. For example, at the operator level, skills are more important. At the C level, strategic understanding of the Industry 4.0 technologies is more important. Moreover, Industry 4.0 is all about breaking silos. So there should be collaboration between different elements of the organization at different levels. So clearly, achieving Biopharma 4.0 is not an individual game. It's a team sport. So for a particular biopharma enterprise embarking on this journey, they need to bring people from manufacturing, quality, supply chain, and digital on the board on the same table to drive this change. But it doesn't stop just at that. It also needs an entire ecosystem of equipment manufacturers, technology providers, system integrators, researchers, and last but not the least, the policymakers, the regulators, as well as people sitting who are making policies who will encourage you to adopt these technologies. And the key point here is that for these diverse players to come together and effectively collaborate, they need a common language and a shared vision that is tied to business objectives. And how do we achieve that? That's how the Smart Industry Readiness Index comes into play as the global Industry 4.0 standard. So I'll briefly talk about how this standard helps bringing different stakeholders together and how they can achieve the transformation success. So this index was, as I said earlier, was developed by Singapore EDB in partnership with TUSUD, and it was adopted by World Economic Forum as the global standard. And we are working with them to take this globally, and we'll be taking it to thousands of companies over the next couple of years. So the index considers three different building blocks of an organization: process, technology, and organization. And along these three building blocks, there are 16 different dimensions in which the enterprise is divided. And this index essentially allows companies to find out the digital maturity on each of these dimensions and prioritize which dimensions are important for the transformation based on their KPIs and financials. So here is how the process works. As an input to the assessment, you bring key business stakeholders from various functions together. You understand the pain points and challenges that each function is having. You understand what the financials are of the company. You understand how fast they want to transform. Do they want to transform in a year, or do they have a strategic vision of transforming over several years? And finally, you also look at the KPIs. What is important to the company? Is time to market important for the company? Then that's what we should be focusing on. And at the end of this assessment, what we get is where the company stands and which of the areas they should be targeting in terms of improving on the digital maturity. The recommended participants, it's a non-exhaustive list. I'm not going to talk about each and every individual on this slide, but essentially the objective is to bring together somebody from a CEO level to manufacturing head, supply chain head, HR head to finance manager. So bring diverse participants together. As an outcome of this report, what is delivered is your banding, your digital maturity on each of those 16 dimensions. And not just that, we also give you comparison where you stand against the global manufacturing community. So we also tell you where the top 10% of the manufacturing community is, where the bottom 10% is, where rest of the people are, and where you are. We also appreciate that different industries are different. So pharma companies will have different KPIs, different industry dynamic. So this index also gives you where you are in terms of your peers in pharma industry in particular. For the next couple of slides, I'm going to talk about a few examples of how biopharma companies, how process industry companies use this index to drive their transformation journeys. So the first example is from a global specialty chemical manufacturer we have been working with for past couple of years. They have plants like all over the world, from the US, Europe to Asia, and their driver was cost. But they wanted to digitalize, but they did not know how to begin. That's where the complication arises. So they have different plants, and virtually every plant is operating in silos. Every plant has different products, different suppliers, different distribution channels, different technologies, different financials and KPIs, and different skill level. And that's where we engage with them. They use the CD framework to find out where they stand for each of these plants. These assessments not only help them break silos within the plant, but also within the manufacturing network as a whole. And this allowed the C level to get a clear visibility of where their individual plants stand. And based on the company's strategic objectives and where the plants are at the moment, we created a roadmap for their global transformation. And for past couple of years, we are working with them on implementation of this roadmap. The second one is more interesting and more diverse. So this is about a consortium of global pharma companies who wanted to develop a vision for a digital factory. So they understood that a journey like digitalization needs to be a pre-collaborative collaboration. So they cannot compete on with each other on digitalization. They can compete on products, but with a journey like digitalization, they have to rise together. The challenge was that there was diversity in digital maturity within their plants and within different companies. Moreover, different companies had different strategic visions, different KPIs. So to bring all this together and create a vision for digital factory is extremely difficult. And that's where we work with them. So we conducted workshops with senior leaders from these companies individually for the companies. We understood where the individual companies and their plants are lying in terms of digital maturity. Then we brought together the senior stakeholders from all these companies together on the same table. We anonymized the results from their individual CD assessments, and we then told them these are the 3-4 key areas that are common for all you guys, and this is where you should be focusing together in your transformation vision. We developed prioritized digitalization solutions, and finally, most importantly, we work with researchers, technology providers to find out which elements needs more research, which elements need more of an integration. So we brought the whole ecosystem together and created a transformation plan for this consortium, and we're still working with them on the implementation of it. So essentially, this tells you that Siri as a standard, as a global standard, can help you not just start your journey, but also can help you along the way to measure where you are in your digitalization journey at every stage. I'm going to leave you with a slide on our typical deliverables from our advisory services. I'm not going to spend any time on talking about it, but this just gives you an information about how we start with our engagements with the stakeholders till we create the roadmap, the project charters, and recommend vendors. And at this point, I want to thank the audience and will be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Formulate Your Journey into the Digital Future, a presentation by Dr. Pushkar Pense, Pharma 4.0 Consulting Lead, too soon. Fantastic presentation, Dr. Pense. Right now, we do not have any questions that have come in from the members of the audience, but if there are any, we will have them passed to you offline and you can reply to them. Thank you for your time and we wish you the very best.
Thank you very much.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, we move to the final session, which is a panel discussion. In fact, it promises to be a power-packed panel discussion titled Nuances on Biopharma Innovation, Manufacturing Strategies, and Market Development. And I'd first like to welcome the members of this Power Pact panel, Dr. Ravetkar, Executive Director, Serum Institute, Mr. B.N. Manohar, Chief Executive Officer, Stemputics, Dr. Subramania Vangala, Chief Executive Officer, Region Biosciences, Dr. Parul Ganju, Founder and Chief Executive Officer, Immune, and Mukesh Agarwal, Chief Executive Officer, Invati Creations. This session will be moderated by Vishal Gandhi, Founder and Chief Executive Officer, Venture Advisors Private Limited. So without any further ado, I hand over the virtual floor to Vishal. Vishal, over to you.
Thank you, Evan, for the kind introduction. A very good afternoon to all the participants in the panel discussion. It's my deep honor and privilege to moderate the session. I am deeply encouraged by the presence of most wonderful panelists handling practically various nuances of biopharma innovation, manufacturing, market development, and last mile delivery. And I think regulation has already been covered in the previous panel, so we wouldn't really touch upon that. We have a diverse panel of 5 panelists whose functional expertise in biotherapeutics, starting from Dr. Ravetkar, representing largest vaccine manufacturer in the country, Serum Institute. And I think we all know about Covishield, and which has become a household name now. Further on, Manohar, representing Stemputics, a niche global stem cell therapy company from India. Mani, representing Reagene, comes with a vast experience of preclinical in the category of monoclonal antibodies and antibody drug conjugates. Parul, representing a niche bio startup which discovered the new chemical entity for vitiligo and taken to the IND stage in record time to start human clinical trials very soon. Last not the least, a friend, Mukesh, a disruptor who's got a lean startup focused on bioinnovation and has been always enthusiastically working towards accelerating innovations to marketplace. I assure you that they will all be bringing a great value for each one of us in the panel discussion and post-panel discussion. In total, we have 5 panelists. Let me start by inviting each of the panelists, one after other, for their self-introduction. Through all of them do not need an introduction. They are well known in their area of biopharma. And I had a pleasure of knowing all of them and their phenomenal work they have done so far in the area of biotherapeutics. So over to Dr. Ravetkar for a self-introduction. Maybe there seems to be a connection issue. Manohar, we could start with you then.
Yes, Vishal, hope all of you can hear me. So,
yes.
So once again, my name is Manohar. I've been working for Stemputics Research for the last 14 years. I'm working as the CEO, and Stemputics is focusing on an innovative product called Stempucell. It is based on mesenchymal stem cells. So we have been doing research and taken the product from the bench to bedside over a period of 15 years. So my background is engineering. I'm not a scientist nor a doctor. And before joining Stemputics, I was with GE Healthcare for almost about 12 years. Thanks, Vishal.
Thank you, Manohar. May I turn to Dr. Subramaniam Vangala? You need to unmute.
Thank you, Vishal, for inviting me to this interesting and very exciting panel discussion. I am the CEO of Reagene Biosciences that was founded about 4 years ago in combination with Dr. Uday Saxena in Hyderabad as well. So we do, both of us have 30 years of experience, mostly from the US background, and we are bringing it back whatever we can. And we are actually trying to innovate the preclinical to clinical translation, especially a lot of drugs that move into the clinical do fail, and we are trying to bridge those gaps. And also we have programs on COVID-19 and other antibody programs that we are also doing quite a bit. And we have 2 drugs that may go to the clinic very soon. And also we have antibody platforms that may be therapeutics as well as diagnostics and therapeutics and diagnostics. Okay, thank you.
Phenomenal. Thank you. Now we turn to Pawan.
Hi, Vishal. Pleasure to be a part of such a wonderful panel. For everybody, I'm Dr. Parul Ganju, co-founder and CEO of Ahamian Biosciences. We are a startup company. We started off in 2016, and we are working to develop a new treatment strategy for the skin depigmentation disorder, vitiligo, where white patches appear on the skin. Towards this mission, we have developed a new chemical entity, a small molecule, which has the potential to treat vitiligo when applied topically. As Vishal mentioned, we have filed an IND application for this NCE, and we are very excited to start human clinical trials this year now for this.
Thank you, Parul. Over to Mukesh.
Thanks, Vishal. Hello, everyone. So, I represent Equity Creation Guidelines. I am a co-founder and CEO. We are a biotech company focusing on solving.
We are hearing some echo, Vishal. Is it so?
I think the people who are not speaking, they can mute their mics. Yeah.
So we are a biotech company, a startup, 3-year-old startup focusing on agri-tech and pharma. During this pandemic time, being on the subject, we have been able to invent a new chemical entity, which is proven to be a broad spectrum antiviral tested on PI3 virus as well as SARS-CoV-2 at Syngin and NIV Pune. So we are focused to bring this product to the the stage where Parul is today, move the journey from where we are today. We have done in vitro and toxicology, but I think there's a long journey from here to do the trials on humans. We are confident that this product, being a broad spectrum antiviral, can help not only fight SARS-CoV-2 but envelop viruses at large. So the idea came from, I'll just take a minute to last. When this COVID happened, friends, when everybody was on their knees and people used to say, you can use the soap and sanitizer and you can kill them. That gave us an idea, a thought, a disruptive thought that if something what a soap can do, why can't a science do? What is it that we need to do to make sure that we can fight the virus inside the body the way soap does in the hand? And that gives us inspiration on the invention. We have filed for the patent, and we're looking for all the help and guidance from all the people here on the panel as well as who are listening to me to make this a success.
Wonderful. Thank you. So I think there's some technical issue because of which Dr. Ravekar is not here. So I'll straight away turn to Dr. Vangala. Dr. Vangala, in your unique role as an R&D leader, behind Reagene Biosciences, and of course, you have about 30 plus years of experience. So, can you all hear me? Well, there is a disturbance. Dr. Vangala, maybe you can mute yourself.
I can hear you.
Yeah. So, in your unique role, as an R&D leader, and you work with global MNCs. So what are the gaps do you see in Indian biopharma ecosystem, to make it more accountable, to make it more productive? So I think your inputs will be very helpful. So over to you, Dr. Vangala.
Thank you, Vishal. I've worked for American companies for about 17, 18 years before I returned to India. My experience was all in the innovative biopharma, not in the generic biopharma. So when I came to India, it's mostly generic mindset, with which the innovation mindset is totally different from generic mindset. So we still haven't gotten that out of our set that we check boxes rather than innovating a way forward. I've seen a lot of people who do the preclinical toxicology studies. They don't think about what are the clinical liabilities, right? and they just want to check the boxes. Hey, I have the toxicology ready. And when you look at that package, it has nothing to do with the clinical liability. So you're not predicting anything that goes into the clinical, even the doses. What doses do you choose? What concentrations do you expect? All these things are required in terms of innovation. So it's not a checkbox exercise. So people have to now build the expertise in understanding a process excellence. You need to have medicinal chemists. You need to have pharmacologists. You need to have toxicologists. You need to have regulatory. You need to have quality assurance. You name it. All these people have to come together, create a process excellence in delivering a very good quality molecule into the clinical side. And that is where the gap is, major gap I see
I think Vishal, there is some.
You guys can hear me?
There is a lag. Yes, we can hear you. You could probably go 1 minute.
Yeah. So we have a lot of excellent medicinal chemists, but we have too many chemists and formulation expertise. We don't have the pharmacologists and toxicologists to bridge the gap, and also the process excellence in between. So that is very much required to be successful drug discovery scientists, whether it is biologics or the innovative NCEs. My experience in biosimilars is too small because biosimilars already the molecules are already out there, so you don't need much to do that for them. But we also need to do the jump on the bandwagon of the innovative biopharma, not just sticking to the generic side of it. Okay. Thank you.
Vishal, you need to unmute. Vishal, you need to unmute.
Vishal, you need to unmute.
Yes, I'm doing that. Yeah. So, Manohar, for me to be able to ask this question to you, I know that you are one of the top techno-commercial persons, and a CEO of a very niche therapy company, and I think because of your sheer passion and commitment, you could bring the first stem cell product, not just in India, but globally, for a particular indication, I think ischemia. And but that wouldn't have been possible without the, I would say, a support coming from established players like Cipla in your early journey, and now Kemwell in your later part of the journey. So do you think that such collaborations are really very important to mitigate the drug discovery and development risk? And so your perspective will be very helpful, because I think most of the companies are always looking for collaborations, and maybe some learnings from you will be very helpful for all our audiences. So over to you, Manohar.
Thanks, Vishal. I saw the previous session where where one of the speakers was telling that biosimilars takes around about 7 to 8 years to develop, and biologics takes between 12 to 14 years. But in the niche area of stem cells in regenerative medicine, it takes still much longer time. So we started our company in 2006, and in last year in 2020, we got the manufacturing and marketing approval for one of the products, which is for the peripheral vascular disease, critical in ischemia. So it has been a very, very long journey, almost about 15 years from how to take, as Dr. Subramanian was telling, right from the R&D to preclinical safety, preclinical efficacy, and multiple clinical trials. So many challenges as we went through this entire product development cycle. So right from the development takes a very long time, and we need to work with the regulators because the regulatory framework also is not well established. We have to work with the ICMR, we have to work with the DCGI, other people to ensure that whatever we are doing is as per the law, as per the regulations. So that also took some time. As I said, it's very critical. We need deep pockets, capital. It takes a lot of money to develop. Since we are focusing on the biotech, the biological compound, MSC, mesenchymal stromal cells, which is taken from the bone marrow. So once again, it takes much longer time and we need enough money, where our company went up and down. First few years, it was funded by Manipal. Then we tied up with Cipla in 2009, and they funded the company for some time. Then they said that, okay, how long it will go further? Sometimes the investors also have some fatigue. Oh, how much and how long we can support. So we need to keep exciting them that this is a new science. Science is always that takes some time. There is no shortcut, but ultimately science has to drive the business. So Cipla was very, very supportive. And they said, okay, fine. And you also look for us one more partner to fund further, where we could tie up with the Chemwell Biopharma in 2019, and where they are likely to invest around 80 to 90 crores. So capital plays a very, very critical role, and we took from R&D and we developed the product. We have filed the patents, the IP, so that we don't infringe anybody's technology. We have freedom to operate. We have filed across 18 different countries, including the developed country, this cell technology, which is something unique. And we have a very robust manufacturing process where we create the cell banks, master cell bank, working cell bank, and the end product. And one of the biggest challenge in the manufacturing in biotech is the consistency. How do you maintain the batch-to-batch consistency? Once again, we mastered the subject. But after doing everything, after developing the product, now taking to the market is another big challenge. Fortunately, we have Cipla. Cipla will take you to the market, but this product requires not like minus 70 like a Pfizer vaccine. It requires more than that, minus 196 degrees centigrade to move the product from manufacturing to the end customer or to the hospital. So we have still, a big challenge in terms of logistics, how we can move this cell-based product using this cold chain right from the manufacturing site and to the patient in the hospital. The cost is still very high. To ship one bag of 200 million cells, it may cost around 8,000 to 10,000 rupees, only the shipment cost. So that also is posing challenge that leads to making the product is slightly costlier. And for example, for the critical limb ischemia, CLI, your bag may cost around 1.9 to 2 lakhs. That is still something on the higher side, much cheaper compared to, of course, to US or to Europe, where they charge between 40 to 50 lakhs, but still at 2 lakhs is a big money for the Indian patients. There, Vishal, it comes to the manufacturing. We can have a good R&D, we can manufacture a few batches, but once you move to commercial, doing a large-scale manufacturing is the biggest challenge. We are having what we call is open system and labor-oriented, manually done. So we have to move from the open system to a closed system. We have a 2D technology where we culture the cells using cell stacks, which can produce. For example, there is a demand for 1,000 to 2,000 patients, but we can only produce for 200 patients. So it becomes a bottleneck on the manufacturing side, that how to ramp up the production, how to do a large-scale manufacturing, how to bring down the cost is another big challenge which we are trying to address. Good thing is we have the product, we have the approval, so we have the things to go to market. Now the problem is how to scale up, how to work with the vascular surgeons, how to deliver it, how to make it affordable for the Indian patients. So we have many problems, but good problems to solve. So maybe I'll stop here. Back to you, Vishal.
Sure. I think this really fits in with the theme of nuances, because it's just not about only developing a product, but it's also ensuring. Yeah, it's also ensuring how does it actually reach the last mile. And the fact you spoke about the minus 70 requirement is probably something which is very unique. And that's why I was wondering why it is called precision medicine. And I think stem cell is the precision medicine, because you never know what would be the right temperature for a patient to reach it to become efficacious. And I think there are many more R&Ds that you need to do to be able to ensure that it reaches the last mile. I think, but this is a phenomenal work. And I would like to congratulate you and your team to do exemplary work, and of course the right stakeholders supporting you. And I'm sure we will have many more products coming from your company, because not many companies have shown any results in stem cell therapy. And I would say that in spite of being so challenging from a regulation point of view also, because when I read 2005 regulation in stem cell versus what it is today, I think your own company has contributed phenomenally to develop a regulation for the stem cell. So I think this is an amazing work that you guys have done. So I'll come back to you, Manohar. So let me turn to Parul. Parul, I think as a bio startup, your journey must not have been very difficult or must not have been very easy, considering there is a very good government support now, which is established in last 5 to 7 years. But I think in spite of the external environment, there is an internal challenge that each of us as a startup we have to deal with, wearing multiple hats, like, a scientist to a management professional, then making pitches to the investors, ensuring that what you are doing is credible. And I think these are the kind of challenges that, an entrepreneur like you must have faced. And tell us quickly that how could you manage each of these challenges, and then what's the secret sauce to be able to take this to IND stage in such a record-breaking time? So, would love to hear your views on this, Parul.
Thanks, Vishal. I think the credit of taking taking such a little time to take it to IND stage has to go to the entire team. It's not one person's effort that can lead to this phenomenal success. So all kudos to my team who's done it. When you're in a startup, the advantage or the disadvantage that you can call it is that you have a very lean team, right? So the advantage is that the entire team is focused on taking it's like their baby. They're taking to push that molecule as fast as you can. And that's what happened with us. So there was razor sharp focus amongst the team. People were working day and night just to push this through. And of course, it's the science that drives it. And we are all passionate scientists here. So we don't have a management background at all. I don't have a management background. I'm a PhD. So that's what pushed the molecule. But as you rightly pointed out that for a startup, there are many different hats to be there, right? We can't falter on our compliances. We can't falter on our finance. We can't falter on. We have to go and ask for money. I think Manohar very rightly said capital infusement is absolutely essential for any. I might have best ideas, but to push that idea, I need the money. So I personally have learned on the job. I'm being very frank. I don't have, as I said, I don't have any management background, but with the team support, and I love doing something new. I've learned a lot over these 5 years, and that's why I've grown not only as a scientist, but also if I may call myself as a management personnel now. It's pitching to an investor is very different than pitching to a scientist, right? And you would know that much better. So I have learned those nuances of pitching over this time on the job. I have been very fortunate to have very good mentors also. So we've had wonderful angel investors in the form of Dr. Anand Deshpande, Dr. Ganesh Natarajan, Dr. Nadig, and Mr. Munjal. So all of these, I've learned from all of them. They've been in this game for a long time. So I've picked up qualities. They've all been my role models. I've picked up a lot from them.
Absolutely. No, this is really great insight. I think what's really crucial for any drug discovery company, for that matter, is science. Rest you can all outsource. Trust me, you can have outsourced CFO, you can have outsourced BD,
Absolutely.
you can do everything outsourced, including your fundraise. But what
the
is
science
really
is the pillar.
The science, science can't be outsourced, because then the company has nothing beyond that, right? So
science
this
is the pillar of any drug discovery company.
Yes. And on the other side, I have a person, Mukesh, who brings in a management expertise. And I feel he's kind of set in to disrupt this model of drug discovery and innovation. I keep teasing him for all the good reasons and bad reasons. But Mukesh, tell us, how can you be agile in drug discovery, since you come from a non-conventional experience of drug discovery? So, your thoughts will be very helpful.
Yeah, so I am not a scientist. I'm a commerce guy that did my MBA from IIM Calcutta. Had been an inventor, so I have a few patents to my name. But what I like about is the environment is asking the right questions to your team and your partners. So in this journey of new chemical entity, I think what I told you, it was a basic question to ask: what a soap can do, why can't a science do? So I think that is what a starting point. It was a very tough journey, I would say, to where we are today also, because one of the things, Vishal, you have been asking what are the nuances and challenges. One of the things what I felt the biggest lacuna or the handicap in Indian environment is the BSL-3, BSL-4 labs. We are talking about fighting COVID and we still don't have BSL-3, BSL-4 labs enough to do the test. When this COVID happened, people were sending Ganga Jal, Gomutra. Everybody wanted to fight the battle, right? And when we spoke to NIV, they said, we don't have time for you. You are in the line. It will be 6 months. We spoke to somebody in US, in Australia, no one wanting to take our molecule, and that time we didn't even know that was a new chemical entity. We knew that it will work as a passionate inventors. Then it was luckily, it was thanks to LinkedIn, I could reach out to Mahesh, who is the CEO of Syngen, and he helped me saying that, as Paul, you have some mentors. I would say Mahesh had been a great guiding force. He told me, Mukesh, we as a private institution don't have BSL-3 lab, but what I can do is we can test your product on PI3 virus. And it is a surrogate of COVID. It's all our envelope viruses having different protein spikes. So what we claim came true. 99.25% residual capability of our product, our new chemical entity, was found to be true at Syngen as a contact residual. I will not bore you on the science of the new chemical entity, but what I would like to say is that one of the challenges we found was infrastructure. Second, we found difficulty, and we still are finding difficulty in terms of capital raise. We are still a bootstrap company, a startup. We have been funding ourselves. What was surprising, some of the people on the panel, I was listening to people. Companies like Cipla, Dr. Reddy, they are all generic company, they tell themselves as generic company, and they are not also coming forward to invest in new chemical entity because they believe it's 12 years, 10 years. Today, in this pandemic situation, the vaccine speed of delivery have proven this 10 years, 20 years is all fast. We all have, as humans, we have to work together to shorten the thing. I'm not saying to play with data. I think with passion, we have to play with data. I think Dr. Mani rightly said, we have to make the right design to make sure that we don't fail, because most of the time we entrepreneurs make a mistake of not knowing the design and do test and put money where it is not needed. So I think what we as startups, Vishal, we look forward for not only infrastructure investments, but advisors. Paul, you are lucky that you got not one, but many. I actually am looking for good advisors, good role models who can help me and guide me to this journey where we believe we have a molecule which is a broad spectrum antiviral, which has not only shown efficacy on on PI3 virus, but also on SARS-CoV-2. So NIV has proven that we have a residual property against SARS-CoV-2. We are getting another testing done in Faridabad. Just to tell you, we have saved lives of poultry, where there is a avian influenza where they are dying. We actually saved them as a test. So we need, Vishal, the nuisance, our help, the infrastructure and the complete ecosystem for a startup. Flipkart would not have been there today if there were so many failures of e-commerce, because so much billions of dollars of risk capital came into e-commerce that Flipkart we are seeing, and we are proud of Flipkart. Or for that matter, Zomato, Swiggy, and others, all of these new startups. I think that is where in the bio space, I think the risk capital is less. Vishal, you are among the very few investment bankers who even talk about taking startups like us to the right investors. So I think the ecosystem at large in India is a little, I would say, short for a startup like us.
Sure, Mukesh. So I think what I heard in the beginning, you said that there are hardly any infrastructure facility. But what I know of, that the government has been actually building so much of infrastructure that, you have a genuine NC molecule and you're not able to test efficacy of it. It is actually very sad. So what can we do to actually facilitate this? I think it's important because the billions of dollars has been spent in creation of facility, and a genuine inventor is not able to access that I think it's actually requires a sort of a policy decision. It requires a little bit of thinking that how to remodel and how to reprioritize, because I think priority for government seems different than what is the priority of innovator. Innovator wants to work for COVID, and the facilities are not even ready. Facilities are there, they are not even ready to accept the samples and then thereby establish the efficacy. So it's something which I feel is very disheartening. And I'm sure some of us may have had good experiences working with government labs, but by and large I think they still are working in a very archaic model. So I personally feel there needs to be a transformation. And what can we do to enable that transformation? I would request each one of you to share a couple of pointers. What can we as a company or as a person do to enable this quick disruption and transformation? So starting from Dr. Bangala.
Yeah, great question, Vishal. And in fact, I've been debating about this with even the government for a while. It goes just from here to the side. That's it. It doesn't happen anything else. The problem is with the number one thing is that government should not compete with the private industry. The reason is because here you are experts in discovering and developing and innovating the actual drugs and biologics and biosimilars. When I want to outsource, there's really no high quality CRO that I can outsource. I have to go to the US, Europe to outsource. And one of the persons, I won't name that, but he said, here at our institute, we have 100 crores worth of instruments. But what are you doing with it? But my question is, what are you doing with it? Give me that 100 crore instrument. I can't afford even 2 crore instrument to buy, right? So the government should not invest in building their own labs and they think that they can change the situation. Because when I hire somebody, right, I hire who knows how to use that instrument, who has 15 years of experience to use that. He understands the regulatory nuances on how to use it. And so they can hire those kind of expertise. Forget about why they don't want to go to those, because government pays a lot lower than industry pays, right? So you can't attract good talent by just building 100 crore worth of laboratories. You also need to pay people to bring the industry experts to handle these instruments. So that's where the whole thing is going really bad for the both private industry and for the government. We are spending a lot of money. We are releasing a lot of money, but it's not going anywhere in terms of a structured way of funding it. So we need to change that. Process, and we need to come up with new processes. Government actually support private industry rather than compete with the private industry.
Couldn't agree more, Mani. Manohar, would you like to supplement?
Yeah, one is, some echo. Good point, Mukesh. Yeah. And while we focus on innovation in our product development, innovation in manufacturing, I think we need innovation even in our regulatory framework also. Otherwise, we have some breakthrough technologies. We want to get out.
Dr. Bangala, if you can unmute. Yes, Manohar.
Yeah, I think now maybe better. Yeah, so we can have innovation within, our product development or manufacturing. We need innovation in regulatory framework also. Otherwise, still when you go to regulators, we cannot say we have done this in vitro, which in vitro is proving safe. Still, they would like to have in vivo. We have to check in preclinical studies, not only in one animal model. We have to show in rodents, we have to show in non-rodents, everything is safe or not. So still the Drug and Cosmetic Act, they follow their own rule. Even we may have breakthrough in innovation, if we don't have those things are accepted by the regulators, then still we cannot move forward. So we need to see how once again we can work closely with the regulators that they can accept this kind of safety test rather than keep on testing in small animals or large animals to show how the drug is working. The second one is when it comes to pandemic, US FDA, they are coming with some many innovations. Can we use the expanded access program? A drug which is already approved, but you want to test it, they give the access. We can test in 10 patients to show the drug is working. Once it is working, they can give a fast track approval for going to the market. Show in a controlled clinical trial it is working, and you can move faster. So many new what we call innovative things are coming in the regulatory framework. What I see in Japan, what I can see in the US, whether it is an emergency use authorization or expanded access program, how to do it, or fast tracking to jump. No need to go through the phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and phase 4. If we have a product showing very good results in phase 2, they can give a conditional approval to show that yes, it is required, it is working well, safety is proven, go to the market, start earning some money, but please give safety data. So many things are required to be done when we want to move at drug development much faster. Once again, we need to see how we can innovate the regulatory framework. The second thing we touched upon labs, Dr. Vangala was telling, when we are struggling for manufacturing to create a good CGMP lab, GMP lab, where we are looking for infrastructure, government has spent a lot of money. They have a very good GMP lab in CCMB in Hyderabad. State of the art, but just lying idle. Nobody's using it. The whole building, I went there, spent 2 days. They have been telling, give this facility to us, we'll use it. Let us have a model how a private company can work with the public or government sector. It didn't work out. It took more than 2 months, went back and forth, ultimately said, no, I got fed up. I said, no, we'll develop our own thing. So good infrastructure is there, but it's not utilized in CCMB or in CMC Vellore. CMC Vellore has got, once again, they spent about 40-50 crores to create a good cell therapy, but hardly used. Where on one side, the private industry with the limited funding, capital, struggling what to do on manufacturing side. On the other side, government is spending money, but we need to see that how that can be utilized properly. Once again, we need to go back and tell the government that if it is there, they should publish it and make it available for the industry. Maybe I'll stop here, Vishal.
Yeah. So I think your point on regulatory innovation is very important, and I know that Reagene has developed very fantastic organoid models, which probably could be adopted, and I think it stands its own merit to be able to restructure the entire preclinical space. But who is going to bell the cat, right? And possibly that could also reduce the timelines, and I think it's important. You just can't have a discovery out and to develop it for 15 years. And I think there can't be a better time than to rethinking and reimagining at this time. Because if you look at vaccines, most of the traditional vaccines that, we have been immunized with, they took literally 9 to 10 years, in the historical perspective. But our own vaccines, if you look at hardly 9 months, of course, there are still some ifs and buts. But if there is an opportunity, if there is a challenge, certainly everybody rises up to that opportunity. And it's great to see that how Indian, government support led to that, I would say, opportunity for Bharat Biotech and, of course, other companies to produce vaccines. But, the challenge now we are facing is that from ventilators, PPEs, and other equipments which we thought we will never manufacture in this country, we are net exporting them after a year. But we used to claim ourselves that we are the pharmacy of the world, and 60% of the manufacturing capacities lies in India for vaccine. Today, it is really disturbing to know that we are going to be importing biostimulars, we are going to be importing biotherapeutics, and we are also going to import vaccines. And there could be a chance that you and I may be coming down to a scenario where you and I are jabbed with Sinovac, because ultimately it's about crisis. And in crisis, you never know what's going to happen, right? The government may mandate. But don't you think it's like something which really requires a drastic change in the approach, the way, this whole, innovation ecosystem has been managed for 20 plus years, and literally we still do not have a single drug or NCB, any B, I would say, which is discovered, developed and marketed globally. except the one which I can say that you are trying to bring, which is stem cell. But again, I think it has its own logistical challenges. Unless you don't solve those logistic challenge, it will never create a value for the patient too, right? So points very well taken, Dr. Bangala and Manohar. So it's time for me to turn to Parul and ask Parul, would you have any complementary ideas on this theme that you'd like to add on?
Well, I'm on the same page as Manohar and Dr. Bangala. I think what is extremely important is we learn the good things from the Boston ecosystem. The reason why it is an ecosystem and it is thriving, the reason is basically because there's a lot of engagement between people. There's the engagement between government, academia, industry, and even the regulatory authority, right? They're open to a dialogue. They're open to listen to what are the pain points that a company is going through. And that is what has led to Pfizer and Moderna to take out their vaccines. There are a lot of glitches, you rightly said, right? But they still are open to taking that risk and bringing something out for the people. Why does India always wait till something drastic hits it? Why is it waiting for the pandemic? It has the know-how, it has the brains, it has the infrastructure, it has the money to build the infrastructure. Everything can be utilized in the best possible way. It's just that the vision is required, planning is required, the right set of policies is required. And that is something which the government has to put its effort into. It has to increase the amount of money that it puts in, the contributes for science and development, which still, I'm really sad to say that it is still very, very less, even though the government has increased the GDP levels. Till the time that happens, till the time government is ready to take the advice of right set of people, the right set of visionaries, I think it's difficult to create that environment. But I'm taking that in a positive way, that the pandemic has led the government to take note of it and try and change it. So that's one of the positive things that has come out of the pandemic, if I may say so.
Sure. If not now, when? When can we
learn? If not now, when? Right.
This is like seizing the opportunity. Mukesh, any complimentary thoughts?
See, the only thing is that we have a very short memory. Whether it is, we talk about 1 year back when the COVID was downward, that time we became a little complacent. Or if we go histories back, pandemic, if you see all the pandemics of the world, we will see from Spanish flu in 1918 or China flu in 1957, whether it is HIV in 1981, whether it is Ebola, Zika, now it's COVID. All are enveloped viruses, whether they are airborne or whether through their bloodstream. I'm just talking about one of the diseases because that's what I'm working on. What we should have to see is if virus has been a problem for the human race from the time they were today on Earth, what are we doing? We are spending so much of money on defense where we can see the enemy. This enemy we can't even see. So I believe that as a country, as individuals, I think a lot of entrepreneurs today are spending a lot of money and energy to save people. The government is doing a lot, I think, but we have to do a structured way. Today it is COVID. Hopefully it will go in 15 months, 3 years. But I think something else will come. So I think birds are still dying every day for viral infection. Every day, millions of birds are dying globally. So I think that everybody, we all have to sit together and think what is the infrastructure, to create, which can help innovation. And I think we can do it. Whether it is India or globally, it doesn't make a difference. We all can do it, but we have to put our heart and soul to it.
Absolutely. Wonderful point. So I think we are about 5 minutes away from our stipulated time. So what I have been told by the organizers, we could probably entertain some questions. There are 2 questions which have come from the audience. So the first is your thoughts on integrated approach to drug discovery, which is the need of the hour. Can IT be exploited to reduce the time drastically in this process? So Mani, would you like to take this? Unmute yourself, Mani.
Yeah, it's a right question to talk about, but here it is. When a drug molecule is nominated for an IND development, it's not even a completed IND program. And companies like Pfizer, J&J, and Merck, the first thing a president nominates is a clinician in that particular field. If it is a cardiovascular, he puts a cardiovascular expert, an MD who is clinician who has seen thousands and thousands of patients. If it is respiratory disease, he will put a pulmonologist there. Like that, they put a clinician as a project champion there, right? And this project champion comes in and he reviews all the data and puts in the strategically people, regulatory, quality assurance, medicinal chemist, pharmacologist, toxicologist, quality assurance guy, to put all these things, guys, every 10 days, or every 15 days, they brainstorm. What are the things that liabilities these molecules will have in the clinical development? They don't even talk about preclinical development. So you need to design a preclinical development program that should answer the clinical liabilities, not you just check the box and, hey, I went into the clinic and I failed. That is how, even with that, out of 30 molecules, we usually did an IND program, 3 to 4 molecules only move into the clinical development. That is the reality of it, and we don't have that kind of a financial muscle also to develop 30 molecules into the preclinical program to move to molecules. You know, a lot of people here are talking about discovering molecules with artificial intelligence, and I don't doubt it. I mean, we have a lot of computer experts, let them do it. But the problem is they're missing the point that there's a regulatory barrier. Regulatory doesn't accept this data, right? Regulatory must accept this data, right? You're just doing it. Yeah, I put thousands and thousands of compounds, but you take the lead in the regulatory programs. So you need to understand what are the regulatory liabilities for these even new molecules.
But really that needs to also change, right? Regulatory guidelines needs to change with the technology. You know, AI is being used everywhere. So why can't it be used in drug discovery? And that it's coming to a point where Manohar was saying that it's time for regulatory processes to be also reviewed. They need to be innovated.
Right. And if you look at the drug repurposing, right? Probably a dozen drugs were repurposed for COVID. None of them actually really worked. So we don't have a real AI approach to do it. In fact, I could really applaud Uday taking the lead and screening 8,000 FDA drugs and see how they bind to the COVID targets and came up with 5 molecules, right? I mean, this is the kind of approach we need to look at. What are these molecules? What are we trying to do? Is not just throwing ivermectin into the patients, remdesivir into the patients. There's no data that they really have a binding sites on RBD or RDRP or something. You don't even know. You're just throwing and saying that 28 clinical trials for ivermectin. In pharma companies, we do 1 phase 2B clinical trial. If you don't get a positive response, we throw it away. We don't do 28 clinical trials to prove this molecule is going to be good enough to go to be marketed. So mindset has to change, and that we need to understand that you cannot just use statistical manipulation to show 3 plus or 2, 3 plus or minus 2 is better than 2 plus or minus 2. We can't stay in that environment anymore. So we need to do innovation in terms of the technologies and how we apply those technologies in a positive way.
Sure. Would you like to pick up? Because you come from IT field, and I think you probably can supplement. Manohar, are you there with us?
Yes, I'm there. Sorry, what you're asking?
Would you like to pick up this because you come from an IT background and you have also been a part of drug discovery. So I think your thoughts will be very valuable.
No, I've been seeing this many innovations. What is happening in the US? How they are trying to cut down. If you're going to take about 14 to 15 years to develop any new drug, how we can cut down like to 78 years. So there are many innovations are coming, many new technologies are coming, like the in silico model. Many models are coming to test a molecule. Even if you want to test our stem cells, there are iPS cell lines which are available, which can mimic the human and show that yes, whether the drug is working or not. So many technologies and innovations are coming to show that no need to go for elongated clinical trial on humans. Even at least the phase 1, the safety part, we can do in vivo and simulate the one, what is that, the human, how they behave. So, but as you say that I did this, I tested it once again. When you go to regulators, they look for the typical phase 1 safety study and do it. So we need to tie up and then see how to cut down. Even for the preclinical, I mean, we do preclinical safety. Then it comes to preclinical efficacy. Once again, we have to show the multiple doses of preclinical safety, and then also biodistribution. One more thing, model we should show. So there are many things have been laid down in the rules, and to change it, it is taking a much longer time. We have been pushing it to the government, even to tell stem cell is a drug. It took almost about 10 years. Now it is appearing in Drug and Cosmetic Act. The stem cell is a drug, and we have to do a proper clinical trial. But I think that of late, people are accepting, even CDSO officers are accepting. And like, for example, if you take gene therapy, you know about CAR T, you know about the cancer treatment. A CAR T therapy, whether it is Kymriah or Escata, which costs about half a $1 million, about 500 to 600K, where you cannot afford. Now there is an innovator from IIT Mumbai, Dr. Rahul Purwar, maybe you may be aware, that he has developed a indigenized CAR T product, which went through the entire mechanism much faster. So he could do the preclinical faster, and then with one preclinical, he got the approval. The first gene therapy product approved for clinical trial in Tata Memorial Hospital in Mumbai for the liquid cancer. So things are happening. We need to see that while the IT or the artificial intelligence, many things are coming with some innovative ideas. In the entire chain of the product development, we need to see how to integrate and educate everybody. If the regulators don't know, you have to go and educate them. Otherwise, they will never understand. So, but you need to have the patience to educate them. They accept it. Not that they don't accept it. They accept it, then that's fine. We can go with this. So everything is required in order to cut down the cycle time. But things are happening. For example, the vaccine approval, first time I've seen, it has been approved on emergency use in a clinical trial mode. Nobody understands what is the clinical trial mode approval. But it has been approved and defined. Vaccine has come, emergency use authorization, and all due to pandemic. There is some revolution is happening in our regulatory framework.
Yes, absolutely. So, I'm reminded of using one term in 2005, which I came across, systems biology. And I always felt that's the integration of biology in IT. But look, like 16 years down the road, I don't see anything of system biology being used in any of the pathways of drug development, meaningfully. So I feel there are some sciences which are just there, but they've not been leveraged. But I think the pandemic should be an opportunity for us to integrate such sciences which were essentially thought that they are more academic in nature than actually, industry in nature. So I feel that such approaches needs to be really accelerated, adopted, and see that if we can cut down on the overall drug and discovery, pathway to a meaningful time frame. So there are many more questions which have come, but I'm not sure whether I can take. At least I'll take one more, which is about stem cell therapy. It says that it is majorly done in India, in which 2D culture, which is difficult to scale up. Now, what are the challenges to move to suspension culture? It's a bit of a technical question. Would you like to take it, Manohar?
We are working on it. I totally agree with that, which I told one of the challenges is that 2D culture is difficult to expand. What we call as the scale up, or scale out. Okay, so in 2D we can scale out. We can build many more clean rooms. If there is a demand, we can keep on growing. But it's only scale out. It's not a scale up. So people are coming with the 3D technology where we can use the bioreactors. So, for example, if we have a cell therapy manufacturing facility like as what we have, we can produce about 400 to 500 billion cells per annum. That means it can serve only about 2,000 patients. But in a bioreactor technology, with a 50 liter bioreactor technology, we can produce one batch about 40 billion cells. So new technologies are coming in, and GE and many other people are working on the 3D technology. these MSCs, we are an MSC company, mesenchymal stem cells. They have the plastic adherent property. It has to adhere to some technology. So there are in 3D also, in suspension also, cell beads are coming, which we can use for large scale upscaling. Only thing we need to see the properties of the cell when you grow in 2D, when you move to 3D, whether the properties remain same, whether it is having the similarity. We need to do a lot of tests, but that is the way to go, to move from 2D to 3D. One is to scale up, other one is to reduce the cost.
Sure. Dr. Bangala, would you like to pick up this?
I mean, stem cells, we've been talking about this for 20, 25 years in pharma industry. The issue comes is that you also brought up the systems biology. I mean, I'm a little bit more skeptical in this area. The reason is because this is knowing too much biology is also not good for you. I mean, there are 3,000 genes. There are probably more than 1 million proteins. There are zillions of transcriptome and only 8,000 metabolites, if you look at the human cell, right? And if you look at the gene expression of some genes, it's a nervous, what is it, neuron doesn't express the same genes as liver expresses. So these are all controlled, regulated approaches. So what we have is a problem in understanding the system biology at a molecular level, combining all these three things, and that's the reason systems biology still didn't pan out to be. So you do need a lot of basic research to understand the pathways. And in fact, Humane Society International, we're working with them. They are actually promoting. In fact, I wrote an article on that has been published, that what are the differences in animal biology versus the human biology, right? So we still don't know, because a lot of animals, we move lots of drugs into the clinic, and they all have animal safety and efficacy data, but phase 3 trials, 90% of them fail with no efficacy or even some safety issues. So the problem is animals are not translating well. So you need to understand the systems biology in more detail. But for that, you need a lot of money and basic research, especially the government institutes in India should focus on that, and so that we can collaborate with them and bring out the products. That's how it happens at MIT and the pharma biotech companies in Boston ecosystem. We need that kind of an ecosystem. I cannot keep spending developing these system biology basic research, right? I mean, the companies have to focus on developing the product, whereas academia should be developing on the basic research. They should focus on the basic research for the product development with the industry. This is my.
We are doing a small project, Vishal, we are doing a small project with Instem to see that when you move from 2D to 3D, how to use microcarriers, how to use macrocarriers, and how to harvest the cell. The other one challenge is, if you produce a huge number of cells, billions of cells using the bioreactor technology, then the downstream to harvest the cells, to pack the cells, once again we require an automated system. Today, both upstream and downstream in manufacturing has to synchronize. There's also another challenge. So one is to produce large number of cells. You move from 2D to 3D. You can use microcarrier. You can use macrocarriers. Different technologies are there. We need to see how they harvest the cells. Once you harvest the cells, then we need to see that how we can, the control rate freezing and cryopreservation is, once again, we cannot do it manually. Okay, on one side we put on high technology, then at the end it comes to low technology, it doesn't match. So we have to see the entire chain of manufacturing, how to do the large scale, and then how to automate the fill and finish is once again the biggest challenge. So we are working on it. It's a very good question, the biggest challenge what we have, but we need to solve this in order to commercialize and really make like a pharma. If you want to make cell therapy as a pharma company, we need to focus on these steps, Vishal.
Thank you, Manohar. I wish we can continue. And it's a very interesting discussion. And Dr. Mangala, you were saying something?
Looks like we are having a bandwidth issue now.
Yeah, I
We'll talk
think
on
we're getting a good
to talk on
signal.
multiple subjects.
Time to say
Okay.
bye. Yes. So I think before we wrap up the session, I would request each one of you to share a single liner recommendation for a government to ensure that how we could accelerate innovations to marketplace. Single liner recommendation from each one of you, starting from Mukesh.
So I think invest in an infrastructure where all the facilities are together and the industry can work together with the government to make it happen.
Good,
a park, innovation park. That's what we are talking about. Manufacturing parks. Can we have innovation?
Okay, okay. Dr. Bangala?
Yeah, I think my impression is that government cannot rescue private industry. So we need investors to come forward and fund these guys rather than, because even NIH doesn't fund the industry in the US. The industry seeks their own venture funds and capital funds and everything. So don't depend on the government. Get your own money from venture capitals and angels, etc. So that's probably the way to fund it so that you can actually scale up your industry to a manufacturing level.
So you're suggesting that we are happy with the government funding so far. You're suggesting it's good to go with government funding, you know, whatever they're doing.
Government should focus on the basic research and collaborate with the industry to translate their research into a product. That's, I think, government should do.
Absolutely. Parul, can you hear us? Yeah, hi Parul, can you hear us? Bit of a...
She's on mute.
Parul, if you can unmute. Technology link problems always, right? So Manohar, over to you.
So once again, Vishal, yes, we need to focus on manufacturing technology, innovation to make the cell and gene therapy product affordable, at least for the Indian masses. So focus on technology, focus on manufacturing, and see that the product is affordable for some of the major unmet medical needs. So very, very critical.
Very valid point. I think there has been enough capacity of manufacturing small molecules, but with respect to biomolecules, I think we have still a long way to go. And if we were to say that biologics is the future, are we actually ready for the future? I think that really requires a good amount of thinking with all the stakeholders. So I hope, Parul, you can hear me now. Okay, so I think her screen is frozen, and maybe there's a.
I wanted to inform. Yeah, she's coming back, I think. Yeah.
Yes, Parul. Can we have final golden words from you?
I wanted to inform Pearl I'm the only engineer. Otherwise, all people are scientists and doctors in our company.
That's good. Okay, I think she doesn't have a good connection. But for me, I think I personally learned a lot. I felt that nuances are far less when I started the session. But as we learned today, you know, in the panel discussion, I felt that there are much more nuances than what I could have imagined to bring a product, you know, from a manufacturing side to a last mile delivery. And I think there are lots of things which needs to be sorted out. And so it's time for me to pause, and I want to thank each of my fellow panelists for their wonderful insights. And at least I learned a lot from each one of you. And of course, our wonderful audience, you know, for patient hearing. And it's time to say bye. And I hand over stage back to Ivan. And thank you, Blue Tech, once again for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think you echoed the sentiments of not just myself, but also of all the delegates who've logged in today. What a wonderful way to end day one. Some fantastic, rich thoughts that were tabled without any hesitation, calling things as they were. So I'd like to thank all the panelists and also you, Vishal, for doing a fantastic job of moderating this panel. We wish you and your respective organizations the very best going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, guys. Thank you. It's time to sign off.
Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of day one of the India Biopharma Leaders Conclave 2021, brought to you by Blue Tech Media. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all the dignitaries, speakers, members of the panel and fireside chats, and their respective moderators for joining us at this conclave and sharing their valuable insights. Most importantly, a big thank you to all of you for joining us at this conclave. I'd also once again like to thank our partners for this conclave: Gold Partner, Cytiva, Industry Partner, MR Sanghvi and Company, Branding Partner, Fan Steel International, Digital Transformation Partner, TUSUD, Networking Partner, Thermo Fisher Scientific, Bronze Partner, Prema's Life Sciences, Investment Banking Partner, Biorex Venture Advisors, Strategic Partner, Biorex Strategic Leadership and Alliance, Association Partner, Federation of Asian Biotech Associations, Knowledge Partner, CCAM, and Media Partners, Express Pharma, Pharma Utility, Chronicle Pharma Biz, and IJDRA. If you weren't able to visit our partner booths during the course of the day, kindly do so by simply clicking on the Exhibition Hall button at the bottom of your screen, and please feel free to chat, speak, or video call any of them. Also, do visit the Networking Lounge, which is a button at the bottom of your screen where you can create a group and video chat with like-minded people. And on your way out, do visit the feedback area and leave your comments and valuable feedback by clicking on the Info Center button at the bottom of your screen. It will not take more than a couple of minutes. Your feedback is important to us, and this will ensure our conclaves are just the way you want it next time around. However, before you leave, please do join us at 9:45 a.m. tomorrow, where we will kick off day 2 with a very interesting panel discussion titled Investment Trends in the Biopharma Ecosystem, the Next Big Opportunity. I hope you enjoyed day 1. See you tomorrow. Take care. Have a good evening. Stay safe.
We all depend on science for the hope, the cure, and the urgent answers we need.
We have more questions than answers.
More possibilities to pursue.
We need more science.
Challenging the past.
To write the next chapter. Moving science forward.
This is science. And these are the innovators changing the world. This is why we work, because the people of Thermo Fisher Scientific believe in the power of science.
To help people and patients.
Feed the world.
Save our planet.
For the next generation. And our generation.
We need answers.
Before the next outbreak.
Finally, stop cancer in its tracks.
With science, let's seize this moment and realize our full potential. Because together, we can make our world healthier, cleaner, and safer. Thermo Fisher Scientific, the world leader in serving science.
New technologies revolutionize society, but new technologies can also be disruptive, at least until we can manage the risk. This has been TÜV SÜD's role for over 150 years. To date, we have witnessed 4 major technological revolutions. The first was powered by steam. Following a devastating explosion, 22 industrialists united to set up a steam boiler inspection association in Mannheim, Germany in 1866. By establishing one of the world's first inspection associations, our visionary founders gave rise to an enduring legacy and spawned a global industry. Working to increase safety while giving people the confidence to trust in steam power, it was the forerunner to today's TÜV SÜD. TÜV stands for Technical Inspection Association in German. Engines and electricity were the breakthroughs driving the second technological revolution. As society and commerce advanced, so too did the Inspection Association's expertise. We expanded to electrical engineering, lifts and machinery at the turn of the 20th century, with our first vehicle inspections carried out in 1906. The hum of computers heralded the arrival of the third technological revolution. Our ability to send information worldwide as strings of ones and zeros launched the information age and sowed the seeds of globalization. TÜV SÜD received its first international contracts in the 1960s. With this new global requirement, we expanded our range of services to facilitate trade by providing quality assurance of goods across borders and global market regulatory services. In recent decades, our international expansion has been matched by our forays into new areas of expertise: energy, management systems, consumer products, food, medical technology, real estate, infrastructure, and more. At the same time, the various TÜV organizations in Germany's southern states were brought together to form TÜV SÜD, which means TÜV South. Today, we stand at the dawn of the fourth technological revolution, Industry 4.0. Smart factories, intelligent software, and autonomous vehicles promise ever greater levels of productivity and efficiency. But this potential will only be realized when people have confidence in these new technologies. This is our task for tomorrow, a task we are uniquely positioned to accomplish as we continue to pursue our goal of making the world a safer place by providing future-oriented quality, safety, and sustainability solutions.
We all depend on science for the hope, the cure, and the urgent answers we need.
But we have more questions than answers.
More possibilities to pursue.
We need more science.
Challenging the past.
To write the next chapter. Moving science forward.
This is science. And these are the innovators changing the world. This is why we work, because the people of Thermo Fisher Scientific believe in the power of science.
To help people and patients.
Feed the world.
Save our planet.
For the next generation. And our generation.
We need answers.
Before the next outbreak.
Finally, stop cancer in its tracks.
With science, let's seize this moment and realize our full potential. Because together, we can make our world healthier, cleaner, and safer. Thermo Fisher Scientific, the world leader in serving science.
New technologies revolutionize society, but new technologies can also be disruptive, at least until we can manage the risk. This has been TÜV SÜD's role for over 150 years. To date, we have witnessed 4 major technological revolutions. The first was powered by steam. Following a devastating explosion, 22 industrialists united to set up a steam boiler inspection association in Mannheim, Germany in 1866. By establishing one of the world's first inspection associations, our visionary founders gave rise to an enduring legacy and spawned a global industry. Working to increase safety while giving people the confidence to trust in steam power, it was the forerunner to today's TÜV SÜD. TÜV stands for Technical Inspection Association in German. Engines and electricity were the breakthroughs driving the second technological revolution. As society and commerce advanced, so too did the Inspection Association's expertise. We expanded to electrical engineering, lifts and machinery at the turn of the 20th century, with our first vehicle inspections carried out in 1906. The hum of computers heralded the arrival of the third technological revolution. Our ability to send information worldwide as strings of ones and zeros launched the information age and sowed the seeds of globalization. TÜV SÜD received its first international contracts in the 1960s. With this new global requirement, we expanded our range of services to facilitate trade by providing quality assurance of goods across borders and global market regulatory services. In recent decades, our international expansion has been matched by our forays into new areas of expertise: energy, management systems, consumer products, food, medical technology, real estate, infrastructure, and more. At the same time, the various TÜV organizations in Germany's southern states were brought together to form TÜV SÜD, which means TÜV South. Today, we stand at the dawn of the fourth technological revolution, Industry 4.0. Smart factories, intelligent software, and autonomous vehicles promise ever greater levels of productivity and efficiency. But this potential will only be realized when people have confidence in these new technologies. This is our task for tomorrow, a task we are uniquely positioned to accomplish as we continue to pursue our goal of making the world a safer place by providing future-oriented quality, safety, and sustainability solutions.
We all depend on science for the hope, the cure, and the urgent answers we need.
But we have more questions than answers.
More possibilities to pursue.
We need more science.
Challenging the past.
To write the next chapter. Moving science forward.
This is science. And these are the innovators changing the world. This is why we work, because the people of Thermo Fisher Scientific believe in the power of science.
To help people and patients.
Feed the world.
Save our planet.
For the next generation. And our generation.
We need answers.
Before the next outbreak.
Finally, stop cancer in its tracks.
With science, let's seize this moment and realize our full potential. Because together, we can make our world healthier, cleaner, and safer. Thermo Fisher Scientific, the world leader in serving science.
New technologies revolutionize society. But new technologies can also be disruptive, at least until we can manage the risk. This has been TÜV SÜD's role for over 150 years. To date, we have witnessed 4 major technological revolutions. The first was powered by steam. Following a devastating explosion, 22 industrialists united to set up a steam boiler inspection association in Mannheim, Germany in 1866. By establishing one of the world's first inspection associations, our visionary founders gave rise to an enduring legacy and spawned a global industry. Working to increase safety while giving people the confidence to trust in steam power, it was the forerunner to today's TÜV SÜD. TÜV stands for Technical Inspection Association in German. Engines and electricity were the breakthroughs driving the second technological revolution. As society and commerce advanced, so too did the Inspection Association's expertise. We expanded to electrical engineering, lifts and machinery at the turn of the 20th century, with our first vehicle inspections carried out in 1906. The hum of computers heralded the arrival of the third technological revolution. Our ability to send information worldwide as strings of ones and zeros launched the information age and sowed the seeds of globalization. TÜV SÜD received its first international contracts in the 1960s. With this new global requirement, we expanded our range of services to facilitate trade by providing quality assurance of goods across borders and global market regulatory services. In recent decades, our international expansion has been matched by our forays into new areas of expertise: energy, management systems, consumer products, food, medical technology, real estate, infrastructure, and more. At the same time, the various TÜV organizations in Germany's southern states were brought together to form TÜV SÜD, which means TÜV South. Today, we stand at the dawn of the fourth technological revolution, Industry 4.0. Smart factories, intelligent software, and autonomous vehicles promise ever greater levels of productivity and efficiency. But this potential will only be realized when people have confidence in these new technologies. This is our task for tomorrow, a task we are uniquely positioned to accomplish as we continue to pursue our goal of making the world a safer place by providing future-oriented quality, safety, and sustainability solutions.